Oh, hey everybody. Thanks for joining us. This is kind of a free form weekend. I mean, we do have things that we're going to lecture about, but we are going to be doing a lot of answering your questions and problem solving things that you're trying to address, or be it for yourself or for people you're trying to help or clients or anything of that nature. And so really this is like approaches to go through and treat conditions that you might be dealing with, but also talking a bit about like theory and things like this, and trying to do it in a way that's kind of mm, how like they would do it in a hospital, where it's like a teaching hospital, where kind of teach the theory as we go along and address particular situations. And so sometimes I find that this helps to integrate things a little bit better than just talking about theory and then having to study it and then trying to figure out like how to apply it. You kind of learn as you're doing it. And so with that, one of the things that we're going to be talking about this weekend is there's different kind of therapeutic strategies that you would go through and do when you're approaching a particular condition. In the West, or in the Western like approach of just orthodox medicine, we think very symptom oriented, like there's this symptom, so you take this, right? And there's nothing wrong with this. It works for the pharmaceuticals that are prescribed by a physician, but it doesn't really look at the functional components of what's happening. And it also doesn't look at the other effects that are happening in the body. For example, pain. A lot of times we just think of like, okay, there's pain, right? There's pain in the body. We're not even in the West, we don't even really differentiate the different kinds of pain. We just say pain, right? And then we don't look at, does that impact the sleep? Does that impact the nervous system? Does that put us in fight flight? Does that make us have a more difficult time going into the rest and repair mode? Does it start to affect us psychologically? Does it start to affect how our brain processes information? Does it, there's just these components of what's the long-term effect of pain versus acute pain. There's these aspects, and it really, treating symptoms, there's nothing wrong with it. Like it is good for stabilizing a situation. It's good for helping the body kind of go into a more healthy state. But when we look at it from the point of view of healing, sometimes it's not enough, and sometimes it causes us to go down weird rabbit holes that take us not only away from healing, but even kind of disconnect the mind and the body. And a lot of times when we're when we're going through and addressing this, it's the situation's not good or bad. It's if we handle it well, we can actually grow and evolve as a person, as a human, in dealing with the difficulty, or we start to go down this weird rabbit hole where we get kind of taken away farther and farther from ourselves, right? And so we approach this as, yes, we want to resolve this, but we also want to grow. We also want to evolve. We also want to be like better, be it physically, emotionally, mentally. We want to be better. And that's not even saying it from the point of view of spiritually. We're just, how we thrive in the environment. We want to be better, right? And so with this, there's different kinds of strategies. A symptom-oriented approach is still an approach, and it's still something that can be used to treat a lot of conditions. Like, you say, you have like a toothache. You don't have to get super involved with it. You try to knock out the pain in the teeth or in the gums, but then later it's like, okay, as the pain reduces, is there inflammation? Is there infection? Is there something else going on with the tooth? Why did it happen, right? So we want to go and look at these things in greater depth than just the symptom that is presenting itself. And this a lot of times isn't necessarily something where you have to have a big background and information or knowledge. There's just some real kind of straightforward rules of thumb that you look at. And this is really kind of what aromatherapy is. It's the mix of like a scientific approach and an artistic approach or an intuitive approach. And its application is an expression of both, like this intermingling of both. And so, we want to look at what's going on and what's going on with the person, what state they're in, and how do we go through and approach this. And so we shift here from just looking at something that's symptom oriented. Then sometimes you can look at something like, well, what system is this affecting, right? Let's treat the system so that the body can help heal itself, you could say, right? And so this is a different approach, a little bit more of a holistic approach. And then even past that, you can say there's other approaches that kind of are a combination of those two. One is what we call a layered approach, which is what we're going to be going into this weekend. And then later in one of the next classes where we do something like this, we're going to talk about rotational approaches, right? So this weekend, we're really going to explore this idea of layered approaches, which means we're not just going to look at the symptom. We're not just going to look at the system, but we're going to look at also the effects of what happens when a particular condition is in place. Like, again, going back to an injury, for example, like say you pull out a drawer and the drawer comes out and hits your toe. So right off the bat, you're like, it's broken the skin. There's going to be a bruise. There's some pain. There might be a little bit of bleeding. And so right off the bat, you put some helichrysum on it, right? So one, the helichrysum reduces the pain, reduces the inflammation, and it helps the wound to close, right? It has kind of a cleansing effect as well. And then over a period of time, as it's closing, it even helps to reduce the potential scar when that's happened. But then after that, there still might be maybe some inflammation left in the area. There still might be inflammatory material. It might have like bruised the bone. There's all these issues that are not the primary thing in the moment, but as time goes by, it still needs to have some treatment that's beyond just what helichrysum can do, right? So then you follow up sometimes with, okay, if there's still some inflammation, you might apply some German chamomile that would reduce the inflammation and then help disperse any of the fluid that is still accumulated in and around the injury site. And then even a step further, you go, okay, there's still inflammatory material in this. Like, it's still kind of not the same. It still feels a little achy. It's still a little tender. It's still a little something, right? So then you would look at like, okay, maybe there's inflammatory material there. Maybe the tissue needs to be detoxified. We need to detoxify the tissue to further accelerate the body's ability to heal. Then you look at it and you go, God, it's still not completely the same. And anytime there's an injury site, a lot of times there's some sort of spasm, like a protective response in the body to like tighten up in and around the area to prevent further injury to something that's been compromised. So this might be necessary for like 24 hours or so, but then the body doesn't know to turn it off. It just stays that way. So this can actually become pre-arthritic, right? Over a period of time, because of the contraction, blood can't get into the area, lymph can't move in the area like it should. So eventually what happens is that joint starts to break down and actually again becomes like toxic. And so this idea of layered approaches, and later we'll be talking about rotational approaches, is a way to keep the body moving towards functioning better, allowing the body to heal itself, to regulate the body, and also if there's some sort of impact on the mind. A lot of times when there's a lot of inflammation, it actually starts to affect the mental processes. And if there's a lot of sharp pain, it can stimulate the way the mind processes information and makes us more sensory oriented. And so what we did is we're going to talk about some different layered approaches. And I did something a little different with this, where we kind of listed some things, and the oil that we're using or suggested using, there's reasons why, and some of it don't have anything to do with the situation, but it's impacting different aspects of the condition or the injury or whatever it might be. And so we're going to be exploring this, and yes, we're going to be talking about situations and conditions, and then we're also going to be talking about the theory or the philosophy behind it. We're looking at, again, trying to help the body heal itself. It's not just like the oil is going to make the body heal. It helps facilitate the body healing itself. And so sometimes what we're trying to do is we're trying to harness the body's innate healing potential or healing ability, healing powers, right? We're not trying to make something happen. We're just trying to get things to flow in a particular way so the body can just be itself and do what it does. And we're trying to increase the connection between the mind and the body. And in a way, this idea of approaching the mind and the body, you could say is a component of alchemy. When you look at alchemical processes, like when they even talk about like turning lead to gold, it's not that it was about physically taking a piece of lead and going abracadabra and then boom, it's gold. It's about having a certain degree of oneness with a substance so that it produces something in you, right? And so the idea is to produce gold in the energy body, right, which is physicalized spiritual energy. And as that happens, your processes change, your conductivity to the divine changes, your ability to interact in the environment changes, a lot of things change. And so this idea of mind, body, and soul, or mind, body, and spirit, is very much an alchemical process. And even though we're talking about something very practical here, underlying all of this approach is this alchemical ideal that we're adhering to. So with that, I thought we'd just start with some explanation. I'm going to open this up to Q&A at some point here very soon, but let's just explore one of these situations. And, for this weekend, we're not going to be doing a lot of protocols and things. We're going to be talking theory. Not everybody's going to have the oils that we're talking about, but at least it gives you an idea of the approach and why we're doing it, right? So right off the bat, if you go to the top of, in your booklet, the top of page 61, so very way in the back, page 61, and it says Advanced Strategies, Layered Approaches to Health Conditions. We're going to start with A. And the first one is body tension. Now, body tension, you could say body tension is a manifestation of one of several things. And it's not necessarily something where it's a medical condition. Medical condition is something very specific. It has produced a certain result and it's starting to cause, like you could say, a kind of crisis in the body. Functional conditions are usually precursors to the medical condition, or the functional aspects, which would also be tied to the systems, aren't allowing the body deal with the medical condition. right? So this would be considered more of a functional condition rather than a medical condition, right? I know we're splitting hairs, but just to be clear. And so this could be a manifestation of insomnia, could be fascial tension, could be muscular tension, could be a lot of times it's like a nervous tension where there's an imbalance in the nervous system. Certain parts of the nervous system can be overstimulated. It could be a byproduct of like having an issue that's unresolved, for example, like say I don't know, you're dealing with some uncomfortable situation with work or somebody you're dating or partner or something like that, and it's just unresolved and you're not sure, should I do this, should I do that, they did this, they did that, you're not sure what's going to happen. It can produce like a nervous tension. And so the byproduct can be insomnia, the byproduct could be a little bit of anxiety. You can start to have issues where the mind gets super focused on the particular situation, or you just start getting focused on potential problems in your life. Like that's a big one. It's like, oh, this could happen, that could happen, or this little thing is bigger than it is, right? And so it's just a series of reactions. It's no reflection on who you are or what you are. It's like the gravity of the situation. Like if you are in that situation, these are just potentials that keep kind of manifesting because of your physiology. And so with that, you're wanting to go through and unwind these things so that when something happens, we're a little bit less reactive. It doesn't have quite the impact on the physical body. If you're processing something emotionally, you're able to process it and just let it go. You basically, like in a nutshell, when you're trying to do something, you don't want to have to be wrestling your physiology every step of the way, because a lot of times your physiology wins. Like, I mean, it's just bottom line. A lot of times physiology wins. Here, we're trying to make your physiology your ally rather than your adversary. So this goes to a deeper connection between the mind body. You're doing things to harmonize these two pieces rather than being at odds with them. And they're really not separate. They're just different parts of the spectrum. Like your physiology is in one place, your mental body is in another place, and even your spiritual connection, even to the farther extreme. And it's just something that slides up and down this line, right? You could say, right? So let's start going down the road of how do we address this nervous tension, this body tension. So it could be from an injury, it could be from pain, it could be from something at work, an unresolved situation. It could be that you're processing something, going through something, say you're going through a divorce or a breakup. It could be the difficulties that are going on in the world. The things that you would see in the news, regardless of what what you identify with, which side politically, or what, the world's just in chaos right now, right? And so even dealing with that and being aware of that sometimes can cause some unconscious tension. Maybe a little bit of insomnia, maybe just feeling a little unsettled. It could even be in the process of doing like a spiritual practice, like meditation or something. And, sometimes what happens is processes get started and then you're kind of having to resolve something. You're a little bit at odds with something. It could be that you're trying to achieve a goal and you're breaking out of a pattern. And a lot of times what happens with us is we keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And so when we realize, I got to do something different, even that can cause like some tension. So this makes us a little bit more flexible to go, I'm going to step away from this and I'm going to do something a little different. Where before you're always trying to kind of comfort the body, you could say. And it's not good or bad, it's a thing. And so at some point you go, if I can comfort the body in a different way, then I don't have to make decisions based on comforting the body, right? I can do something a little bit more uncomfortable because the body has been already comforted in a different way, right? And so this allows you to be a little bit more dynamic. This allows you to break out of patterns. This allows you to see things from a different perspective, you could say. So, and this is just tied to this one particular protocol. And so here, right off the bat, we're looking at a couple of different things. And again, we're looking at it not from the point of view of these are the symptoms that we're tackling. We're looking at it like, how can we kind of soothe and comfort the body and unwind certain aspects of the body to make something happen, right? And so right off the bat, we're going to work with like vetiver or rouscous, which is like a fancy vetiver. And we would apply it first to the base of the skull. And this is something that I've had you guys do in some of the different like kind of experimental sessions. But you're basically going along where the little dimple is in the back, you know, and then you're following along the skull line where like the skull and the neck kind of meet, and you're applying some vetiver here, right? And in this area, there is a thing called the nuchal ligament, right? The nuchal ligament. And it's not really a ligament how like is, you know, the ligaments of your elbows and things. It's actually a plane of fascia. And fascia is just this connective tissue that, you know, wraps around muscles, that wraps around groups of muscle fibers, that wraps around each individual muscle fiber as well, and eventually turns into tendons. It holds things in place. It's what gives your body shape, and it affects how nerves function, and it affects how fluid moves through the body. When it's very constricted, fluid has a much harder time moving through the body. When it's open, fluid moves much easier, much freer. And then sometimes when there's too much fluid and it gets dumped into just the tissues of the body, sometimes it's actually retaining some of this fluid that would eventually cause it to be toxic, right? So here we're going to take the vetiver and we're going to apply it to the base of the skull. So for one, it helps to loosen up the neck and the head. It's also very calming and soothing. It releases the fascia in the neck. It begins to release the nuchal ligament. So it opens up the neck. It allows the neck to relax a little bit deeper. It actually can even be something that begins to impact deepening the breath. But by going through and doing this, it's like taking tension out of your head. You're starting to shift the nervous system. You're starting to affect how the nervous system functions. And so with that, it starts to affect abstract thinking. And abstract thinking is tied to what is going to allow you to process either new information or something that's very, very subtle, like something that you're not aware of before, like something that's not just a series of facts that you can go through, like you're processing like an idea that's not an idea that you're aware of, you know. So you could even say taking this new information and learning how to apply it, or at least seeing how to apply it, right? So a lot of times this would begin to diminish like repetitive thinking. A lot of times repetitive thinking is tied to neurological function. And so with neurological function, if the nervous system is agitated or overstimulated or depleted in particular areas, the byproduct is mentally that there could either be negative thinking, there could be really negative self-dialogue. A lot of times that's neurological. And then the repetition of thoughts, like, you know, as much as you go, oh, why does my mind do this? Your mind a lot of times is doing it because of something going on with the nervous system. Like when you can quiet down certain parts of the nervous system, the mind changes, the mind gets quiet, right? And by making the mind be able to diminish these repetitive thoughts, you're increasing your potential for sustained awareness. And sustained awareness is your ability to be aware of your surroundings, your ability to be aware, eventually being aware of the higher soul, but even aware of the things going on around you, right? It's your mind is quiet, but you're not sleepy. Like you're able to take in information and kind of process it. So this goes hand in hand with your ability to process this new and abstract information. You're able to take information in and actually process it, right? And so by going through and just doing this one thing on a daily basis, by applying vetiver to the base of the skull, and even a little bit up, like where that little dimple is, that little indentation, like if you poke around on the back of your head, you go to the center where that little indentation is, and then you go up on each side, you can feel like there's an area where two muscles, or let's just say muscles attach, right? If you go on each side of the little dimple, if you can even rub a little vetiver on there, it would be helpful. And so why are we using vetiver here? So for one, vetiver or ruscus is known as the oil of tranquility. It's very calming, it's very soothing. So two, it has kind of a strong muscle relaxer, fascial relaxer impact. Like it's very calming and soothing to the body. It releases certain kinds of tension or contractures in the body. It stimulates circulation in a way that is not hot. You know, like if you put cinnamon on something, it's going to stimulate circulation, but it's also hot, almost to the point where if you just put it on the skin directly, it's hot and a little bit irritating. Where vetiver is increasing circulation, but it's in a very cool way. It's just stimulating blood flow by opening up the vessels and relaxing the tissues and allowing blood to move in that particular area. It also helps to stimulate an immune response. So your body's ability to fight off inflammation, your body's ability to be ready to fight off viruses and bacterias, but mostly the body's ability to kind of fight off inflammation and inflammatory material. And then it's also very calming and soothing to the mind. You could say that when you put vetiver on the body, it's not that it's good for stress, it's good for the effects of stress. Like it helps to reduce the effects of stress over a period of time. So it basically helps the body to unwind after long-term exposures to stressful situations or stressful stimuli, right? And so stress is any time that we've been pushed out of balance, right? Like when we have to adapt, when we have to change, when we're going through cycles in a particular situation, emotionally and mentally we might be there, but the body doesn't always agree or is on board. So it's this way of unwinding the stress of not getting enough sleep, of having to push and do something different, of being in a chaotic situation, of being upset, you know, whatever it is. It just helps you to unwind these components and just reset and reboot. And so even if you took vetiver and went through and explored different areas of your body, you'd notice like, oh, it's just deeply relaxing. And if there's some area where there has been a lot of agitation, a lot of like pain or a lot of movement, or, you know, like say when you're stressed out, you hold the tension in your neck and shoulders, you know, part of it is tied to this component that we're addressing right here, where putting it on the base of the skull, and you'll notice that your shoulders start to relax, you start to unwind. And part of this is tied to what it does to the different aspects of the nervous system, right? So you can also inhale this and direct it to the body, but here we're not really looking at the breathing patterns like we do in a lot of other classes. We try to make this just like really super practical, where you can slap it on, it takes a couple minutes and you're good to go, right? So breathing is good, but here we're exploring some of these other aspects, right? So applying it to the skull, if you wanted to enhance that, you could inhale it with putting your awareness on the skull. Or you could put the two together, apply it, and then inhale and direct it to the same areas. But here we're just trying to move forward with, like, let's just apply it to a particular area, right? Then we're applying the same oil, we're applying it to the temples, right? To the temples. And here's the interesting thing. When we don't really think about it like this, but even here, the muscle tension that is on the outside of the head actually affects your cognitive functions, right? It affects how the forehead and back head actually are able to move energy back and forth, which is your ability to break down like negative thinking, repetitive thinking, like old ways of thinking. Basically, the area between your forehead and your back head is tied to what you would call like mental pruning. Like, there's times where you have this like thought or this story or this way of thinking, and at some point you outgrow it, or some point you realize some of it's true, some of it's not, right? So there's an emotional shedding, and then eventually there can be like some sort of mental shedding. And your ability to enhance that mental shedding is actually tied to the tension in your temples, right? In your temples here, but also even just the sides of your head, where this big muscle right here is tied to your, it's actually called your temporalis, right? It's this big muscle right here. And so sometimes what will also happen is if this gets really wound up, it will affect your jaw. So take your hand like so, and just put your hand right there so you can feel the side of your head. Okay. Now, clench your jaws. What happened to that muscle up there? It tightened up, right? So if there's tension there, what happens is there's tension in the jaw. Think about when you get agitated, when you are having a little bit of anxiety, when you're a little tired and you're pushing, something's just, I don't know, triggering, and you start to feel like weird tension in your jaw, right? Some of this is actually tied to the side of your head, not necessarily the jaw itself. It could be that you're processing something. It could be that because of that tension, you don't have the ability to process. It could be tied to adrenal function, or the function of the autonomic nervous system, which is the involuntary part of your nervous system, the part that's just completely unconscious. And so by going through and unwinding this, you're beginning to have a little bit of a reboot. You're having a little bit of a reset. So also here, when you put things on the temple, you're impacting the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus is tied to how your endocrine system and your nervous system communicate with each other. And so by going through and doing this and kind of rebooting this component, your endocrine system functioning with the nervous system is a lot of what we call our mental processes. A lot of what we call our mind is the endocrine system functioning through the brain, right? So by going through and unwinding this, you're allowing for better like physiological functioning for the mental processes, but you're also allowing for these areas to be quieted down, to be regulated, so that more like mental energy with a big M, like the mind coming in, right? At first it's just physiology, it's just reactions, and then as it quiets down, more of your mental body actually becomes stimulated and actually can come in. Now, to take this a step further, we're going to get out there on a little of these things. You don't need to know this, or I'm just exploring some things that you don't have to take the details and study this. It's just an exploration so that you have like a better understanding, like there's more to this than just the symptom, right? So when we go through and we're looking at in some of the other classes, when we were doing the esoteric blood purifying, we did in a couple of classes, we did the blood blends, blood 1, blood 2, blood 3, blood 4, and we were purifying these different aspects. Part of what we're doing is, it's not just an energetic thing. We're actually energetically cleaning the blood itself of certain kinds of energies, or you could call it imageries. Like there's certain kind of imagery that is in the blood that will affect the mental body. So this is like in the Christian tradition, when they say you are saved by the blood of Christ, it is tied to an alchemical practice that has a purifying effect on the blood that actually changes how you process information. It changes your conductivity, you could say, but it also starts to break what you would call like karmic patterns, or these patterns that we have that we just, no matter what we do, we can't get away from them, right? It's all tied to this aspect of the blood. So it's also tied to how it impacts your bone marrow, right? Your bone marrow. And so you could say, yeah, I just opened up a can of worms.
Keep going.
Different traditions will look at this in different ways, but they're looking at the same mechanics. In the Buddhist tradition, you see sometimes like the Buddha Padmasambhava or Mahakala, or different traditions, they'll have this like little like kind of funky shaped bowl, and it's actually the top of the skull, and there's like a brain in it, and it's not tied to that they're eating the brain or something, but it's symbolically showing the alchemical process. And in some traditions, they'll have a deity and they're like holding a physical heart, right? The physical heart, not the emotional heart. And part of this is tied to what the physiology does, and this is an area or focus of transmutation. By going through and loosening up the muscles on the head, you actually are changing the dynamic of the skull, right? And the skull being the component that houses the brain, but it also is tied to the pineal gland. But up at the top, at the very top, there's a little area that there's like, you could say, a little energy that's like stored or lays dormant. And as you go through and unwind certain things in your physiology, as you start to move particular kinds of energy, this starts to like be released, and it hits all the energy centers, and it will change how you feel. It will change your emotions and your mind and your connection to the divine quite substantially through the release of this kind of little energy, right? And so this is tied to not just the mind, but it's tied to the skull itself. And so going through and unwinding these things, it's not just that it's going to have a physical component, an emotional component, a mental component. It actually is also increasing the potential for divinity within, you being connected with the divinity within. And when you do that, it is reflected in your thoughts change, your repetitive thoughts diminish, your ability to observe increases. So it's not that we're trying to stimulate these processes of like my mind's quieting down. That is a reflection of a deeper connection. So it's not just that we're firing after a symptom, we're actually looking for that to be a reflection of something even greater happening, right? And so putting vetiver on the temples, you could say, helps facilitate a deeper connection to the divine. It also helps to improve mental functions, especially higher cognitive functions. It helps your ability to like break down negative ways of thinking. It helps release some of the energies that are in the skull itself, right? I opened up a can of worms that we could talk about all weekend just with the skull, but let's move on. Maybe you're getting the idea. It's not that we won't talk about it, but we can explore it a little bit later. Then there's this area here where the neck and shoulder kind of comes together, that in certain healing practices, they refer to this as the suprascapular point, right? And suprascapular just means high or above, and then the scapula, right? So it's just the point of where the neck and shoulder kind of come together. And if you poke around and you feel that little tender spot, that's the spot that I'm talking about. Now, it helps to release the nuchal ligament, right? It helps to increase ranges of motion by rubbing some vetiver on each of those areas. But also, this area is tied to some of your limbic functions. Like when this area is tight, it's meaning that your limbic responses are like agitated. And so, you remember the class where it's we were doing the vital centers, and even if you didn't do the class, it's just we did this class for the vital centers, right? And then from there we did a study group where we did the 99 aspects of the heart. So why did we use the vital centers for the heart, right? The vital centers are not just about the heart, but it's about how the front heart and the back heart kind of at some point are, you're trying to cultivate what you would call a union between the two. And this component is not just, oh, it would be nice, it would be very heart-centered. The front is about integration, right? Like you're seeing things in the world and you're trying to integrate things into the heart. Like you're trying to be able to experience them, be present with them, like take in that energy or that information. Then when you get to the backside, it gets a little bit more complicated. And for the ones that did the study group with the 99 aspects of the heart, we did a thing where normally we would do this transmutation that would be sex, front heart, throat, crown. And if you remember, what we did was sex, back heart, back throat, crown, right? And why did we do this variation, right? The back heart is a little bit more, you could say, complex, right? And so the back heart, on one level, you could say, yes, it's about transmutation. It helps to transmute lower emotions. It helps to transmute painful things. When you have your feelings hurt or there's sadness, at first it's a little bit in the front heart, but then a lot of it's in the back heart, right? So your back heart also affects your lungs. So even if you think about when you're really crying and then you're having a hard time breathing, it's because the back heart is congested. It's having a hard time processing it, right? So on one level, the back heart is transmuting something. It's transmuting lower emotions, a painful event. Then you could say even further that once you've integrated something, it eventually, like say you're even just like a relationship or a deity, like you're getting something in the heart, but eventually it shifts to the back heart, right? So if there's something negative, a wrong way of thinking, something that triggers you, a lower emotional response where you feel some fear or feel some anger or whatever, it transmutes it, right? But then eventually what happens is it starts to break down, you could call It's like breaking down like boundaries, right? And the boundaries are a lot of times things that we've self-imposed, like because of, behaviors or culture or the way that we were raised, or something of that issue. And so it allows for a greater level or degree of expansion. So if you're in a relationship, when it starts to hit the back heart, it allows for love to grow, right? If you are looking at a deity, it's your devotion to that deity is allowing for your ability to have expansion with the deity, a greater level degree of integration, and there's starting to be an expansion out of what you normally would think, right? Like, oh, I love Christ or I love Buddha. And then you get it into the back heart and you're like, well, Buddha's beyond my mind. Or Christ is beyond my mind. It's impacted me far greater than what I was aware of. So you could say the back heart has to do with you could say the back heart has to do with transmutation, but more importantly, it has to do with boundaries. And some of the boundaries are good, like I'm not going to let people take advantage of me. I need to have a nice boundary. But it might make you feel uncomfortable to have this boundary that has to be transmuted. And then the opposite is a self-imposed boundary where maybe it is a limiting thing, like you're limiting yourself in a relationship. For example, I keep doing the same thing over and over again. Well, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you're not going to produce a different result, right? So there's some boundary that you keep bumping up against that doesn't allow you to step out of that repeated behavior, right? So then you go, okay, if I go through and I break down this boundary, this internal boundary, then my ability to step out and do something different is heightened, and I can produce a different response. Not a different response, a different outcome. All right. Because a lot of times we keep thinking, I'm going to keep doing the same behavior and over again. I just need to change the situation. And then it's the same thing over and over again. Right. And so, there's this esoteric saying, if all your thoughts, all your ideas, all your opinions got you to where you're at, then what was the value of all your thoughts, all your opinions, all your ideas if you're not happy, right? And so this is one that has had very brutal effects on my approach to things. Like, I'm frustrated and all my thoughts, opinions, and actions have gotten me here. I could say it's this, I could say that it's that, but it keeps happening over and over again. So what am I going to do about it? You get it in the back heart. It's not even something you have to figure out. You just have to be able to hold it in the back heart. Now, at some point, as you get it into the back heart, your ability to transmute these things is heightened, right? Your ability to step away is heightened. And at some point, what happens is the front heart and the back heart start to have a little bit of a union, right? They start to actually function as one unit instead of two separate pieces, right? And as you begin to have these two interact together, you can integrate something and break down the boundary almost immediately. When you start to have the front heart and back heart start to act as one functioning unit, it actually changes your limbic system, right? It changes your reaction, your emotional learning to things that are going on in the environment. It actually starts to stimulate the blue pearl. It is a type of oneness that begins to happen. And so your limbic system is tied to like emotional learning and learning in your instinctive responses. The thing that we talk about, like automatic behavior, automatic thinking, we're not going to shut that down. We just want to harness it so that it's an ally, right? And so by having this union between the front heart and the back heart actually changes this from being something negative to something positive, right? It actually begins to change or shift the intellect, right? And so here, I mean, here's just a blunt fact. When there is not a union between the front heart and the back heart, part of what happens is whatever the um greater emotion is, like however strong the emotion is, it's the thing that imprints on the limbic system. Then also whatever we tend to think repetitively also has an imprint on the limbic system, right? And so when we have a positive experience, we're like, ah, this is such an amazing experience. So then that would go in and affect how we emotionally learn, how we emotionally grow and evolve. It also would affect our instinctive responses, right? But here's the difficulty with that. Eventually, it floats away, right? Eventually, the new thing, the great experience kind of floats away, and then we start to get a little bit frustrated that we can't maintain it or we can't reproduce it, right? So then it starts to have a little bit of a negative impact. So that's one. The second part is that when we have a negative experience, it's usually more upsetting than when we have a positive experience where how we're kind of exhilarated, it can be more upsetting. So it actually can have a bigger imprint, right? And so part of our emotional learning and instinctive learning is actually tied to how we are processing negative experiences, right? And so there's a little bit of a predicament because then it just puts us in this like phase or this state of like, I gotta put out this fire, I gotta stop this, I gotta stop that. And the tendency is to start being like critical, like tearing things down, breaking things down. It's when something happens, it's hard to let it in because we're kind of doing like pain management or damage control all the time. And so to the point where, not judging either side of this, but they've done studies where they can take an MRI of the amygdala, which is part of the limbic system, and based on what parts are developed and what parts are not developed, they can tell if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Like they have an 85% accuracy just by looking at your physiology. And so it shows that even like this component is tied to more conditioning than it is like I'm making a choice. It's like I'm embracing this reaction, you could say, right? I'm not judging either side. I'm just saying there's more physiology at play here than we realize, right? And so this idea of putting Vetiver up on these suprascapular points actually increases the potential for the heart in the front and the heart in the back to begin to have union. So yes, it does have a relaxing effect on the muscles. Yes, it does. But there's more happening than just, oh, my muscles are relaxed. It's affecting your cognitive function. It's affecting your responses in the limbic system, how you're processing things. It shifts you from focusing more on negative aspects. And the more that that front heart and back heart have a little bit of a union, then the more that that is there, the more it changes your mind to where these things become more of a positive experience. And like how we're doing here where we're exploring things just become an exploration rather than I have to put this fire out. It's just like, huh, yeah, so I guess that's how it's going to go down. Okay, we'll see how that goes. You know, it changes the dynamic. And even when you have to be like firm with somebody or some situation, like you don't get to take advantage of me, you don't get to do this, it's not a reaction. It's like, I'm making a conscious choice. I'm not doing it out of anger. I'm not doing it out of hostility or the need to punish. I'm just doing it because this needs to stop. Like that's it, right? And then you're able just to let it go afterwards because you're not all wound up about it. Like, okay, now let's go to the movies. Let's eat some popcorn. Let's go do, whatever it is. It changes how you react and interact with the environment. Now, we're still with vetiver and rhuscus, right? So now you're applying it to your arms and your legs, right? Your arms and your legs. So the joints, like here, and then the armpit. So remember, we're still talking about this from the point of view of agitation, nervous tension, physical tension, emotional tension, whatever it is. We're just talking about tension, right? So you can see with just what we're already addressing, it's starting to allow you to kind of, in a way, be yourself, like the way you're truly wired, rather than the conditioning that's taking you away from like who you are or your wiring, right? And so this next component is you're applying the vetiver to the joints of the arms and the legs. And so this is actually calming down the peripheral nervous system. And so the peripheral nervous system is the part of the nervous system that is not protected by the skull or the spine. So it's the arms and the legs, right? And so, for the ones that have done some of the other classes with us, like, I talk about how like your automatic thinking, your automatic responses are tied to the arms and legs. And there's a thing called dissociation where you kind of check out a little bit, like if you sit in a dentist chair for an hour and you kind of check out and it felt like 5 minutes and you get up, you checked out a little bit. It was pain management. It's uncomfortable sitting in the dentist chair for an hour. So you kind of go somewhere, you kind of check out a little bit, and then you come back and boom, it's done, right? So we all have this mechanism, we all have this potential, but what happens is we start checking out a little bit in normal everyday life. And when something painful happens, we kind of check out with it right then and there because we can't process it, we can't transmute it, we can't get it into the back heart so that the back heart can do what it does. The back heart is an amazing janitor if you can get it there. But if you can't get it there, then things can't be transmuted. So this is tied to your arms and legs. So sometimes we use things like mugwort to open up the channels and everything, but your ability to transmute things is really tied to how relaxed the peripheral nervous system is, or how, or if you're having the inability to do it, it's tied to how agitated or how hyperactive the peripheral nervous system is. And so by going through and putting vetiver on the arms and the legs actually relaxes the peripheral nervous system and allows for emotions that are lower to move up and be transmuted by the heart, turning them into higher emotions, which then later turns into a state of oneness or stimulating the intuitive mind. So just this first aspect where we go through and treat these areas for nervous tension with the vetiver or the rhuscus, you're reducing the tension, right? You're reducing the tension quite substantially, and then you're allowing for the emotions to be transmuted, right? And then even deeper, you're allowing for greater cognitive function so that you can literally kind of work through it rather than just repetitively grinding on it. And because all of these things are in motion and in play, you're also deepening your spiritual connection to the soul, so that the energy of the light of the soul and the light of the mind can have a little bit more of a mixing effect, right? And as you do this, it stimulates evolutionary processes that happen both in you and in your environment, right? So this idea of just applying things, yes, it's very good for symptoms, but when we look at what's happening and we have understanding of what's happening, it becomes like a very deep healing practice that is physical, it's psychological, and it's very esoteric or like soul oriented. Because the goal is, when you're dealing with a health issue, is to increase life force or soul connection in that area. So every time there's a difficulty, it doesn't mean that a person's bad because they have that issue, but if the physiology is starting to go, something's starting to happen to the physiology, it can impact the connection. And so we want to reestablish the connection to the divinity, right? So as you go through and you do these parts, it's relaxing things, but you're stimulating the processes that help you resolve why the tension is there, right? And even more so, it even helps you to evolve a little bit. And so next is then we reach for the hyssop or larch or sitka. And here you can just do it neat, or you can do it in an ointment, which just means like in a little bit of massage oil or a little bit of lotion, and you're going to rub it on the solar plexus area. And again, you can inhale it if you want, but here we're just exploring topical applications, right? So by going through and doing this, you're decreasing the tension in your diaphragm, right? Anytime you decrease tension in your diaphragm, you're improving how your nervous system works. A lot of times how your nervous system gets stressed out or agitated is the breath is off, right? The breath is off. And so anytime you relax the diaphragm, you're shifting and changing how the nervous system pushes neurological impulses away from the spine and then how they come into the spine. Basically it just helps to regulate the nervous system, right? By applying some of these oils to the solar plexus as well and relaxing the diaphragm, the direct correspondence is when the diaphragm relaxes, the spine relaxes, right? The little spinal muscles, the multifida, they relax. And so this isn't just an energetic thing. This is something that is known in osteopathic circles and in physical therapy circles, that if the diaphragm's tight, the spinal muscles are tight. If the spinal muscles are tight, it means the diaphragm is tight. It goes both ways, right? So the goal is, yes, you want to relax the spinal muscles, but you do that through deepening the breath or relaxing the diaphragm. And so you can rub it on that area, or you can inhale. Just take some long, deep, slow, deep breaths to relax the diaphragm, right? Then from there, you're going to take marjoram, which is very antispasmodic. It's very relaxing, and it also, just by its nature, has a transmuting effect, right? Just by putting marjoram on the body, it helps you to transmute things in the back heart. It is one of the oils that is used for transmutation, right? So here you're applying it to the low back area, which will increase the body's ability to relax. And if you're having some sort of agitation in the body, it helps to transmute that. Like if there's some lower emotion, it helps to move that up. If it's some agitation, it helps to move that up, right? It decreases the tension in the nervous system, all by calming down the emotions. Like and when I say emotions, I mean lower emotions. Usually when emotions are agitated, it's not higher emotions. It's not like, oh, I just love these people so much, I'm so agitated. It's like, these people are hurting my feelings, they're irritating me, they're pissing me off, they're obnoxious, they're saying things, they're insulting, you go down the list, none of them are like, I just love these people so much, it's so agitating. Like loving them usually is calming, like it's relaxing, not right? So when it calms the emotions, it's usually lower emotions, right? And it not only does this for the emotions, it actually kind of calms the instinctive responses. You're able to transmute the instinctive responses, and instinctive responses are tied to you're responding to something in the environment, but your brain is not getting to process it. You just are reacting, right? And then afterwards, you're like, oh, what does that mean? You know, we all do it. It's not like some people do it and some people don't. Everybody does it, right? And so this is based on your past experiences. Your instinctual responses are conditioned to react in a particular way based on all your past experiences. So in a way, if we can't do anything about that, we're literally kind of being held hostage by the past, right? We're just always like, whatever happened to us, it's just always there. The way to unwind that is by starting to transmute these lower instinctual responses. And one of the best ways to do that, that's very simple, is the use of marjoram. You put marjoram on the body, it starts transmuting these instinctive responses and kind of changes how you react in environments eventually. You know, it doesn't do it right off the bat, but like you keep using over a period of time, and pretty soon your responses begin to change, right? So here we're going through to treat the tension. We're doing vetiver, and then like hyssop or larch or sitka, and then the marjoram. And then the last piece is what do we do? Well, bluegrass, African bluegrass. And you know, you can say a lot about African bluegrass. It can improve the mood. It can give you like a sense of well-being. It can help stimulate the mind that's beyond the senses. You know, you would call it intuitive thinking. But the thing that the African bluegrass is really good for is it helps you in times of conflict, like when you're at odds with something, you know. So think of it as like it helps bring about resolution. It doesn't mean that it makes somebody else do something. It just allows you to resolve something, it allows you to move past something, it allows you to make an adjustment, it allows you to handle the conflict in a way that is not as adversarial. It just allows you to flow more easily, right? And so African bluegrass is a quiet little ally when it comes to this idea of tension in the body. It's not so much that it treats the tension, it's treating the cause of the tension. And so think about like when something's bothering you, do you lay down and go right to sleep and like conk out, or do you have like poor sleep and you can't get to sleep, you can't fall asleep, you can't stay asleep, right? You're agitated, you have a hard time relaxing, your mind's bouncing around, you have a hard time focusing. These steps are to not only unwind this, but help you to process whatever that is, so that as you go through and you do these steps, then you're able to work through that instead of just grinding on it, because like grinding on it usually doesn't resolve it. It usually escalates it, where we usually begin magnifying it, right? And so being able to go through and transmute these things, be able to integrate them, transmute it, stimulate the intellect, especially more the intuitive mind, you know, then to take it even further and stimulate conflict resolution rather than conflict escalation, usually means that you grow and evolve out of this situation. And so, you know, it's not necessarily something that this is what you would use for sleep. It's not even a thing that you would use like, oh, I have a bunch of body tension because of this or that. Yes, you could use it for that, but this is almost a whole thing unto itself, like this idea of addressing body tension. And think of it like this: when you sit to meditate, you don't go, I'm gonna do some really deep prayer, so I'm gonna go for a jog around the block and pray. No, you go into a quiet place, you sit down, you're still, and then you pray, right? Or you meditate, right? And so in that stillness, the seed for greater emotional activity is there, right? The greater emotional activity is the heart gets bigger. You're able to integrate something. You're able to transmute things in the back heart and break down those boundaries, right? And then as that really stimulates and there starts to be that union, then the next step is the mind is starting to be stimulated. Not the part of the mind that grinds on all the details, but the intuitive mind, the aspect of the blue pearl or the inner eye, right? And all of a sudden there starts to be greater levels of oneness. You're having oneness with the situation and you. There's not separation. You're seeing it to a higher degree, right? Then as that happens, there starts to be a stillness in the mind, which then stimulates greater activity spiritually, right? So just like your lungs, as you inhale, the seed for exhalation is there. As you exhale, the seed for inhalation is there, right? If you calm the body down, the seed for greater emotional activity is there. If you calm down the emotions, then the seed for greater mental activity is there, right? If the emotions are agitated, there's not very much mental activity. You have a hard time even putting pen to paper or keeping your thoughts clear. But if the emotions are calm, the mind becomes sharp, right? Then when the mind is quiet, because it's sharp, it's quiet, it's not agitated, it doesn't have a lot of repetitive thoughts, it's not grinding on things. When the mind is quiet, like you're aware, but you don't have the chatter in your head, the seed for greater spiritual activity is there, right? So if you engage that first piece where you calm down the physical body, the chain reaction happens, right? If you want to engage this process, you don't have to stimulate things. You just have to engage something. Like, I'm going to quiet the body down. So sitting still is one level, right? Calming the body down is one level. Reducing nervous tension, psychological tension, physical tension, tension in your back. The seed for greater activity just starts going up the chain, right? So it has an emotional component, it has a cognitive component, and it has a spiritual component, all by addressing this idea of the tension, right? It also would have an impact on materialization, because your ability to materialize has to do with the communication that's happening with your spinal cord. Again, it's the blue pearl, and again, it's the heart, but information's putting out in the environment via the spinal cord, and information's coming in. Your ability to interact with the environment, put yourself in the right place and the right time, is based on how information comes in and out of your spinal cord. And so you might not always mentally know, like, oh, I should be right here. But your body goes, yeah, you should probably be right there. You should probably go to this place because you're going to meet somebody that can help you in your process, or, whatever it is. Or you need to stay away from that person because even though everything looks good, something's up. You know what I mean? And if they asked you, you're like, I don't know, but something's up. I can feel it. I can sense it, right? And so this idea is more than just reducing tension itself, right? It is stimulating these processes, these cognitive processes, these emotional processes. And we're going to do a process this weekend, maybe even soon, where we do this practice with the front heart, the back heart, and the same, to have a sense of oneness, even with the essential oils that we're working with. When we did the plant empowerment technique, it's the piece that is not on there right off the bat because it's pretty esoteric and it's a little much. Right? But we'll be practicing that. Maybe we'll do that after we do a little Q&A with this particular situation. So let's go ahead and open it up for questions, comments, anything that you want to do.
You can unmute yourself. You can type in. There was really quick. Give me 1 second, Laura. Someone just in the chat was like, "Where on the chest are we applying it?"
Just like the center of your chest. Like, part of it is you're getting it on the heart chakra, but you're also getting it to relax the chest muscles, and also when you put the oil here, it goes up and you're inhaling it for a while. So, location's not super critical, but like, just to be blunt, between the nipples, right? Just kind of rub it in that area and call it good.
And go ahead, Laura, and
Hey, Laura.
then Tracy.
Good morning.
Hey.
So would any of the hyssops decrease the diaphragm?
Yeah.
So any of them would. Okay. And the other thing, this is a specific one. With this process, with the inhalation of vetiver and I've got the Dupuytren's contracture that I had the surgery and it went back
Okay.
in my little finger.
Okay.
With this process of, this, I don't want
I'm
to
not
just treat
sure.
this.
Yeah,
Don't want to treat the symptoms, but
I'm not sure.
good. Worth a try.
Worth a try, and I would say where is it in your little finger?
Yes.
Does your wrist get funky at all?
Yes.
I would take something like, you could use the vetiver, and you might need to try different things like vetiver, marjoram, like petitgrain. I'd even try lovage, like lovage leaf. And okay, so the finger, like this side along the forearm, not on top, like on the side, all the way from the wrist to the elbow. Like I would apply the oils there and then take your thumb and just kind of get in and like rub back and forth. And just go back and forth. And the first thing that you'll notice is the wrist will free up. Like, because a lot of times when that's wound up, it feels like the wrist is funky or it needs to be popped or something's dislocated. It feels like just something's off in the wrist, right? And it's part of it is like this muscle will throw off how the wrist like tracks. And then, eventually I could see that it would cause the contracture.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You could follow it like just on that outer part of the palm like this,
Okay.
just get in there and anytime there's that, there could be tension also in the palm of the hand. And so this is like a weird thing, like if they can see like here.
Where?
Like to my palm.
Oh, okay.
So I used to do this a lot, like with people who had like finger issues, is I would take my elbow and like just, you're not pushing really hard, but you're just kind of digging the elbow into the palm, like into this area.
Okay.
And you just kind of keep like moving around. You could also use a device. Like I just don't have anything here. I mean, you could actually even just use like a bottle and get in and just dig around on the palm. And sometimes loosening this up allows for the hand to open up, and that could also take some of it out.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's worth a try.
Yeah. And even if you just used your thumb and, it's because you're not really addressing the pinky itself, but you're just in like, you can kind of feel where there's just this like little like area, like a little band, and you just keep kind of like moving it back and forth, up and down, like right at the meat of the palm there, and it will open the hand up quite a bit.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Tracy, then Mary Ann.
Hey, Tracy.
Good morning. So I didn't realize how tense I was. I knew I've been working all week and I tend to get my shoulders and neck gets tight then.
Right.
Wow, I feel like I've had a 2-hour massage.
Right.
I went through and did it as you were talking, and I'm like, I'm kind of staring off into space now.
Yeah. And so like perfect example, it's like all of a sudden like weird emotional tension leaves your body, and then all of a sudden you're like, what was I thinking about? Because it literally it's like it changes the radio station. Like you go from the radio station playing the chatter in your head to soft, soothing morning jazz or whatever, where it's just like, You know, it's just got that cool kind of slower rhythm. And that's exactly what you're shooting for, is to shift out of bap, 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 bap to because a lot of times it's not because your emotions are agitated or that your mind is agitated. Those are reflections of something going on in your physiology. And so if you know like what keys to turn in your physiology, you're like, let's just calm that down. Let's just like my mind is getting agitated. And so let's like go to the physiology, calm those things down, and just get back to chill.
And I was thinking this would be great for my clients.
Yeah.
Like when I'm like doing a massage. Wow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have
I've gone back to teaching, like we're doing it on a real small scale again. Right before COVID, we were going to start teaching at a particular massage school in, well, doesn't matter. And then COVID happened, and honestly, I don't even know if they're still open. But at some point I was like thinking, well, it's going to be a different way of teaching. Like, I don't know if I could teach that way via Zoom, because it was going to be a lot of hands-on. And then I started thinking about like, we could talk theory, and we could talk about like different strategies that you could apply like on the table, or if you're treating somebody and you're wanting to do energy healing, you can go through and just do this application, have them sit, and then go through and do your healing. All that works, all that applies. And so a lot of these things, because it's not inhalation, it's just application that's very specific and produces a certain result. And if you know why, you can do a treatment on somebody and then still do the body work, but it would just take the body work deeper. And so I started teaching it a little bit to a couple of massage therapists, like just here that are local, but we're gonna like keep teaching it more and more, so that I don't know how it's gonna look, but we could probably teach it on Zoom, but we'll probably just do a little bits and pieces at a time. But a lot of what we're doing this weekend could easily translate into people on the table.
Yeah, I would love to actually have a class. We talked about that before. I would love to actually be a hands-on class because
Yeah, we'd have to do it at a school, I think.
yeah.
It would be hard to do it. Like if I showed up there in Birmingham, there'd be you and maybe two other people that might take that class. So we'd have to do it at like a school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be thinking about schools that might be open to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We were going to teach it in St. Louis actually. But yeah, that was almost 3 years ago.
Yeah, COVID kind of put a wrench in things.
Changed the dynamic, but also we're teaching way more classes because of COVID than we ever would have. Like, you know what I mean? It's like little bit of like good and bad.
I used to have to wait to see you like 4 times a year. Now
right. That's
see
it.
you almost every weekend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, this is great.
Yeah, you bet.
And go ahead, Mary Ann, then Robert.
I don't seem to have better, but I'm sure gonna order it. Is there a substitute one?
Let me think about that. Spikenard might work. I mean, they seem and feel similar, but sometimes they're not. Spikenard or valerian could work.
I don't know if I have valerian.
You have spikenard?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, why don't you try it with spikenard?
Okay. And the woman that was talking about the surgery on her finger, I have an old injury, and I'm wondering if that technique would also maybe help to open up my hand.
Sure. What was the nature of your injury?
I hit it on the side of a door, and I don't know if I broke it, but it's calcified. And as I've gotten older, my thumb has shrunk.
Can you show on the camera, Marianne, where, like on your hand so Greg can see?
Oh,
Is there any, is it, we can't quite see where on your hand.
oh, it's right. Well, oh. Wait a minute. Well, this is where I hit it.
Could
On
you
this
raise
joint.
your hand just a little bit?
And
Is it like
like I
pinky
can't,
side?
my thumb is pulled in now, pulled in toward the opposite direction. It healed badly and I should have had treatment, but I didn't realize it. Fine.
Marianne, let's have you
There's
know
the body.
that Lovage body tonic that
Yeah.
try rubbing that on your hand 2 or 3 times a day.
Okay,
Especially like really rub it into the thumb.
okay,
And like, because here's the reason here, like sometimes with that, there's a bit of a spasm, and then there is a bit of like inflammatory material that can accumulate. And then if it's not cleaned out, it will just kind of keep getting worse and worse.
okay,
And so you can get like these weird, like kind of compensation, kind of like contractures.
right,
And, like lovage is incredibly good for detoxifying the tissue. Like, so like post injury, like when the injury happens, not the greatest thing to use, right? You know, you use things like helichrysum or marjoram or something, right? But as time goes by, the issue is that that area gets, like, you could call it like kind of toxic, like it's just
right,
tissue has a bunch of deposits in it. And so the regular use of the lovage actually helps to remove that toxic material, the deposits, the crystalline deposits, the lactic acid, uric acid, like all these things, keeps opening up so that the muscles can actually function better and circulation and lymph can move in that area. So it might not be the complete treatment, but if you do it for a period of time, it will open it up so that then when you go back and do something to reduce some of the spasms or the contractures in that, it actually might improve the treatment because now it's not as toxic. Right. So
Okay.
that anytime you have an old injury, like I have that with my back, like I tore a bunch of muscles in my back, and it's fine for a while, and then it gets to the point where it's like if I just move wrong, it just like it kind of locks up, and I get to where I have to be really careful about it. And I start doing pain management, and even with everything I know, I forget that, like, yeah, it's probably toxic. Like it's got a bunch of inflammatory material that's just settled in that area. And I'll go through and I'll do things to kind of scatter the energy with some different oils just to keep it from being energetically congested. And then I put the lovage on it, and then I don't have pain for weeks or months at a time. Like it's just, and I can bend and twist, because my injury was I twisted really hard. So if the inflammatory material is there, and if I twist, like my back will go out. Like, so I have to be really careful about twisting. I put the lovage on, I'm twisting around and reaching way beyond like what I should be, and like doesn't flare it up at all. Right. And so like if I just use lovage on a regular basis, but because of that injury, like I have the tendency in the body to accumulate inflammatory material because that part of the body is unstable. It's just, it doesn't have the muscle tissue like the other parts. And so as long as I keep it detoxified, I'm usually pretty okay.
And what was the lotion first that you mentioned?
The lovage, the body tonic. Yeah, you
Body
got some
tonic.
in your last thing. We gave you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just keep rubbing it on there for a little bit. Two to three times a day. And then after a couple of weeks, like a week or two, we'll evaluate and we'll have you use something that you have that we can unwind it.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
That's great.
And then go ahead, Robert, then Cindy.
Hey, Robert.
Good morning, Greg. How are you today?
Hey, pretty good. How are you doing? It was good seeing you that week or two ago.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Thank you.
Was it last weekend?
I think it was last weekend.
Yeah, this weekend.
It's been a long week.
I know it has.
As you're going through these segments, I've been looking in my list of oils that I have, and I realized that most of these oils were used in the regeneration of the immune system.
Yeah.
So as I look at this, I'm saying, oh, this is the philosophy behind the regeneration of the immune system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if we look at it that way, how often should we be doing these? Is it the kind of thing we should do regularly? Or
I
is
would do it
when
kind of
needed?
regular, but like what happens is like it gets kind of good and then you can kind of move on to like some other things. But you know, like if you have like a neck injury or a bad neck or you know, if we go back to my youth, my mind was a mess. Honestly, like looking back, it's kind of embarrassing how bad my mind was. Like it wasn't that it wasn't smart, it was almost like it was too smart for its own good, but not like big smarts. It was like little smarts, you know what I mean? Like just and so for me, like I do it more for the mental processes than I do it for the physical stuff. You know, the physical stuff I usually can resolve kind of quickly because, you know, if you're doing maintenance and you're doing these things kind of regular, it usually doesn't take very long to pull your body out of something, you know, unless it's some really bad health issue, you know,
Right.
but like if you have like a bad neck, you get it resolved and then from time to time it flares up and you treat it and it's like, oh, it's gone, you know. But the mental processes, whenever I catch myself like starting to have like repetitive thoughts or like grinding on something, I'm like, yeah, if I don't treat this, I'm going to start having insomnia. I'm going to start having headaches and migraines. Now, not all headaches and migraines are a byproduct of mental processes, but my headaches and migraines are definitely because of mental processes. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
sometimes they're muscular, sometimes they're digestive, sometimes they're associated with blood pressure. But for me, like if I don't keep on top of my mind, it will produce a bunch of tension that then will turn into a headache.
So I guess another way of asking my question is the immune system class was probably more symptomatic treatment. You know, if you're having immune system issues, try this.
Right.
And what we have here in the advanced strategies for body tension, yes, these are symptoms under applied to base of skull. So decreased tension in the nuchal ligament. So if you have tension there, okay, this would be a good one to do.
Mm-hmm.
And many of these are not physical. They're increases potential for increased sustained awareness.
Right.
So if we're not at that point, we do Roost-Kuss and vetiver on the base of the skull.
Right.
Okay.
And
Cool.
and think of like awareness is like it could be the awareness of the light within. It could be also awareness of things going on in the environment. Because a lot of times what happens when we get like in a little bit more of an agitated state, we tend to like focus on something in the environment and then we're almost like at odds with it a little bit, or where we're just like, well, this does this and then that's it. Like you're not really aware of the depth of what it is, or you're not connected, or you know, you're not aware of the potentials, or you're not aware of things outside of just your thinking. You know, it's that old saying of when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. You know,
Yes.
and it's that, like, you know, even if you look at like in the workplace or something, you know, when you get good at something, like everything's a nail, right? But it's
Right.
the ability to do something and do it well, and then be able to go, I'm gonna let that go, and I'm gonna address this situation and not drag this other understanding into these other situations and just make everything a nail, right? You go like, right here, I'm a hammer. I'm going to hit the nail. I'm going to lay the hammer down. And I'm going to walk over. And over here, I'm going to be a screwdriver or a box cutter or, you know, whatever it is. Like you're able to do it and then let it go. You know, when you're focused, you tend to like pull everything along with you. You know,
You get
when
locked into your
awareness,
strength.
what's that?
You get locked into your strength.
Yeah. And with awareness, you're constantly processing something, and it eventually turns into where you can focus here, let it go, and then focus completely differently over there. But it is tied to cultivating that awareness component.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
that make sense?
Yes, I love this. I love what we're doing here. I love the philosophy behind the class because I love the class. So this is wonderful.
Yeah, like it's almost, you know, because there's different ways of teaching, right? Or different ways of processing information. And I like having experiences, and then, you know, we've done different classes for a while. And then after the experiences, we come back and go, now let's talk about what we've been doing. Because now you
Yes.
have references, you know, where before, if you just talk about theory and then try to go into it, you kind of go back to your past experiences rather than having a new experience. And so, you know, I like this idea of these like conditions classes where we're just doing a free thing, and it's just like, let's just explore. Because, you know, I have an outline of what we're going to do, even things that are in this booklet. I have some things that are chambered in case we go down different rabbit holes this weekend, but I don't even know how this weekend's going to turn out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're going to talk philosophy, we're going to talk approaches and everything, but based on you guys and your interactions, it might go one way, it might go another, and we're just going to explore it and see what happens, and we'll add whatever we need to based on what's happening. So,
And going that same route, the first having the experience, then having the understanding. The Sandalphon work we've been doing, I'm at this point of, okay, so what did I just experience?
right.
Do we get the benefit? Do we take a weekend process and give us some more background behind it so we know what we did?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We will be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. So but like, if you think about like what I was saying just a little bit ago, where like, you know, we have those automatic responses. We have, like, you know, instinctive responses where we respond, and then we don't really know, we're not processing it in the moment, but afterwards we go, okay, what just happened, right? There's no getting away from that, right? There is no getting away from that. We all have that in our wiring. So instead of wrestling with it, or you could say even being victim of it, you go, okay, this is a mechanism that we have. How do I use this to my benefit? So you have the experience, you shift the energy, or you have the experience, and then you stand back and go, okay, what just happened? You know, and so now, instead of it just being something that flares up from time to time, you know you're going to do it. So you get in, you have the experience, and then you step back and you go, now what was my experience? What just happened? How do I process this? How do I gain meaning or understanding from this? And that's tied to certain inner practices. Like in Buddhism, it's the Nyingma tradition. They move things energetically, and instead of trying to like study the philosophy of Buddhism and things like that, they move things energetically, and then they stand back, and then they go, what just happened? You know, so they take that automatic behavior and those instinctual responses, and they use it as like a guide to understand their surroundings and their nature by stimulating a movement and then stepping back and go, what does this mean? What is that? What's the value of this? What happens when I do this? What happens to my nature? What happens to my emotions? What happens to my mind? What happened? You know, they just go through and process it, and then they do it again. And then they step back and they go, what just happened? Right. So it's that same idea where you are using that instead of wrestling with it. You're going, let's just use this as an ally. Let's use this as a friend. Let's use this as like somebody I can delegate something to, and then my wiring will bring me the information that I want.
And for those, for me, especially coming from the logical mind for most of my life, stepping into this has been challenging, but now it's like, okay, let's see what comes up. And
Right.
then afterwards, it's like, oh, now what was that about again?
Right. And the logical mind, it's like we don't want to shut it down. We just want to provide it with the information that we want it to process, and then go, okay, now just be yourself. Like, so that is still an asset. It's just what information are we going to give it to then have it go through and process and come up with its conclusions.
Yes.
Does
And
that make sense?
yes, going back to things you've said about with Master Cho, where you'd say, I've failed at things multiple times. I remember back in college and learning programming, you'd sit in a class and the teacher would talk. Then you'd go have an experience by trying it.
Right.
And I'd have one of those experiences and it would be completely draining. It would be awful. Nothing worked. Nothing made sense. And then I'd go off and sit down and eat food. And while I was eating, I'd rewrite the whole program ground up, go back, type it in, and it would work perfectly.
Right.
So it's that combination of learning and experience, and then learning and then experiencing it again.
Right.
So this feels good once I get into it, but at first my mind was fighting it.
Yeah, and failure is a very good teacher, like you said. Like you kind of have to wrestle with it to be able to understand. This almost like embraces, like, yeah, I'm going to fail right off the bat, so let's just engage it, see what happens, and then step back and see what it is, rather than having the idea that, yeah, I'm probably going to do this right, and then if it's wrong, I'll have to process it. Just like, no, I'm going to be wrong. Let's engage it and then process it, and then I can be right quicker, like, or I can
Yes.
have better perspective quicker.
And in terms of what you're showing us today, I can have a better understanding how I can use these techniques with
Right.
myself and my clients.
Right. Like, here, just even like the thing like that we just did, like, say, I know in the past you've talked about like doing work with like trauma victims and things like this.
Mhm.
And say the trauma is 5 years old, 10 years old, or like from their childhood or something. You could take something like this, and it's not specific to trauma, but it's specific to helping them to resolve some sort of conflict, to resolve and be able to process something, so that as they go through and either are dealing with tendencies that trauma brought to them as they interact in the environment, or they're going back to process the trauma itself. This just opens up the floodgates of being able to process it and not get stuck in the mind, not get stuck in the emotions, or even worse, getting stuck in the physiology. You're unwinding it so that, the thing that trauma does is it increases the potential for the heart to be activated, and it increases the potential to touch the divine. Because in the trauma, like, think about like when you go to like a funeral, like, you go to the funeral and you're thinking about it, and as you go home, you kind of start reflecting on your life. You're kind of seeing big picture instead of like focus, right?
Mhm.
And that's what trauma does. Like, trauma allows you to see kind of big picture, let go of some things. It helps get a little bit closer to divinity. Not that you need trauma to get there, but when trauma happens, it is a little bit of an opportunity to touch something greater than yourself, because you shift to that more contemplative state for a period of time. And so, over the years in different spiritual traditions, they'll do things where they like kind of punish the body, and it's kind of a little bit of the wrong interpretation of what's happening. It's just like life will dish it up. You don't have to go like make it happen. Like, you know what I mean? Life will dish
Right.
up some trauma at some point. You don't have to go like hit yourself with a whip or something, unless you're into that. But when traumas happen, it's a moment where like I can see something bigger. I can get a bigger perspective. I can step out of what I'm already thinking, seeing, doing. I can grow. And so a lot of times when people have processed trauma in the past, they are usually stronger people than the average person.
Mhm.
They are significantly stronger. They're usually significantly more resilient. And the trick is just not get stuck in the downward spiral of the trauma. And if you can handle it properly, it's actually very strengthening to the system. And we all are going to experience some trauma in our lives. I mean, it's just the nature of being in a body. It's the nature of being alive. And so this process helps to facilitate like an upward spiral rather than a downward spiral. You know, because it could be like something difficult or changed at work. There was a breakup or a divorce or you know, got into a weird thing with a friend, or something in society has changed dramatically and it's changed your life. You know, it could be any of that, or just something bad happened. You got into an accident, you had something happen, or, you know, sometimes it's just an accumulation of a bunch of little things. But I mean, it still catches up. And bottom line is, if the physiology is wound up, if the nervous system is hyperactive, if certain areas in the body start to tighten up, it's a reflection. And I go back to when I was working with that osteopath that I still cannot remember his name. Oh, God, how much rosemary do I have to inhale before I can remember that guy's name? And, but you know, we were going through and we were looking at body misalignments, like elevated shoulder, elevated hip, you know, right shoulder versus left shoulder, left hip versus right hip. And we were looking at the physiological responses in the body that happened with each of the elevations and or rotations, right?
Mhm.
And then we started noticing that there was certain emotional and mental kind of makeups of each of the patterns. And we both kind of were coming to the conclusion, like in different ways, but we both kind of said about the same time, I think we can treat things psychologically by manipulating the body. And then we started like charting out which pattern did what. And then we would go through and have people come to us, refer to us with psychological issues. And then we wouldn't do any talk therapy. We'd just do manipulation. And then we'd send them, you know, for like a month or two. And then we'd send them back. And the person was like, God, what did you do? They're doing so much better. And it was just manipulation. That was it. And a big piece of it was there's this manipulation that you do at the base of the skull where, you know, the person's laying on their back and the base of their skull is resting on these fingers. And then you just do this thing where you just kind of rock it back and forth, and you're basically releasing the nuchal ligament. And then at some point you just very slowly spin the head really far one way and then the other way. And it almost feels like your neck's going to break, but you're just stretching it. And it's really super passive. And all of a sudden that would happen. And if you look at them energetically, the blue pearl activates, but the mind changes dramatically just with that manipulation, you know, the base of the skull and then the stretch. And that became kind of our go-to thing for a bunch of psychological issues, is we just unwind the base of the skull. And then after that, we'd go, okay, if we unwind the base of the skull, what about if we get up on the sides of the head? And so we did these like fascial things on the side of the head. And it was amazing how much just that, not even addressing the body misalignments, just doing that, how much it resolved psychological turmoil. It was staggering, like the results we were getting, to the point where it freaked him out. Like he was like, my colleagues are going to think I'm a job. Like I think he said new age witch. They're going to think I'm a new age witch. And I was like, you make that sound like a bad thing. Actually, I went on this little tirade. I was like, I prefer warlock versus witch. You know, I was trying to be funny about it. He did not find humor in it, but.
Thank you very much, Greg.
Yeah. So, like, you know, I lay this out, but I also would say, like, experiment with it a little bit. Like, you know, this isn't a thing where it's like, you know, everything's like carved in stone. These are like starting points, but you know, we could go much deeper with this if we started integrating inhalation. Like the one thing that would deepen the part with the vetiver is, you know, I was trying to do it just for topical applications, but like after you did the arms and the legs, inhalation, but on the organs of blood purification. So, you know, that pattern of like the brain, the lungs, the liver, the gallbladder, the kidneys, the spleen, the navel minor, and basic. That even does a deeper impact on the mind.
And I'm sure Letty's going to post that shortly.
Yeah, like that would deepen your potential for oneness. And like when I say oneness, it's like oneness, like part of alchemical processes is like, okay, I have this dorje, right? And then I can use this to bless things. I can use this to bless in spiritual energy. But there's also the more that I think of this as an object, the more that my thought forms will diminish its potential to function, right? You know, because I'm at odds with it. The greater that I have oneness with this, the more this just becomes an extension of what I'm doing. And then the more spiritual energy this has, the more that it would stimulate my blue pearl. So that's why the use of relics, you know, that's coming from a lama or a high lama, or, you know, a Christian monk, or, you know, a Jewish rabbi, or, you know, whatever the tradition is. When it's already infused with a lot of spiritual energy, it's almost like it jumpstarts you where you're at, because it's even more activating. So there increases the potential for oneness here, but what you're doing also when you're doing things in the environment. And so the whole idea with alchemy is, I mean, a big component of it is not just changing lead to gold, but it's your degree of oneness with like your body, with the environment, with other people, but also with objects. And so even if you take the idea of turning lead into gold, is the more that you have oneness with actually physical lead, the more that your body reacts and produces gold in the body. And so you sit and you keep practicing oneness with like a piece of lead, and it actually literally produces gold in the body. Now, lead could also be difficulties. Lead could also be a negative situation, a negative thought process, a negative whatever. Instead of being at odds with it, just having oneness with it begins to transmute it, and it eventually actually transfigures it. And what you're doing is you're transfiguring the physiology or emotions, your mind, and eventually your personality. And so this idea, all these practices are, yes, they're therapeutic strategies, but there's also like a alchemical strategy that's in play here. And you could almost say like all therapeutic approaches are just variations of an alchemical practice that are not being identified as alchemy, but that's what they are. And so if you really harness the full philosophy of alchemy, it doesn't matter what you're using: stones, crystals, oils, your hands, energy, doesn't matter. Like you just produce the result because you understand the mechanics, you understand the philosophy, you understand the oneness.
Yeah, I like that view of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When I was doing research, like R&D for different organizations, I didn't know their modality. Like, you know, they would tell me a little bit of the modality. I would sit and watch them for a while. I would sit and I would just practice like a form of oneness with it, and just watch and watch and watch. And then the information would just flow out. And they'd go, "Have you been studying this?" And I'm like, "No." Like, it's just, if you do alchemy, the information, you're basically just changing the radio station, and then you just go, okay, now let the information flow. and the information just starts coming out. It's literally an inner transmission.
I think I need to upgrade my tuner.
I would say, I don't know that you need to upgrade your tuner. It's more like, you know how you pre-program those buttons on the old
Mhm.
radio stations? You just gotta pre-program some good stations.
Ah,
That's all it is.
okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Thank you very much, Greg.
You're welcome.
And then go ahead, Cindy, then Megan.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Greg,
Hey.
you
How
were
are you?
talking,
How are you feeling? How's your body feeling? I'm curious.
the body it's a little better every day. Two of the people in my office had COVID and came back, and I don't think they stayed out long enough, but you know, you don't have to stay out but 5 days.
Right.
And they come back and they were, I could just feel like I was being exposed again. So I just continued my protocol. And
Yeah.
actually, I think I heard you say, or somewhere, that you could, part of prevention would be to inhale Monarda. Is that correct?
Yeah. Either inhale or a couple drops of water and drink it.
Okay, so every single day I'm doing 1 to 3 doses of internal with,
Yeah. Perfect.
and that feels good. And
Yeah.
then when those guys came back, I took an empty bottle of Monarda and I'm inhaling it at work.
I thought you were going to say you took an empty bottle of Monarda and threw it at them. Go back home.
I wanted to, but
Yeah.
anyway, it's like, well, they're just helping me up my protocol for prevention.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm hoping we talk about that later this weekend. But my question was, well, and anyway, I'm doing better. Thank you. And I really, really appreciate your help. I mean,
Okay.
I was very, very grateful to have that support that you gave me, and with the oils.
Good.
So you were talking about how people check out like they're in a dentist chair, and then they for an hour, and then they check out, and it's 5 minutes. So my question is, so I have a 1-year-old grandson, and I have seen him check out, because checking out is like you're staring off into space. And
Yeah.
you're not,
Like a glazed look, like staring
Yep.
off into space. So it can be a little bit common in kids, and it's like what they say, like daydreaming, like, you know, they'll daydream a lot, like they just kind of check out, and it's like kind of active dreaming, but their eyes are open and awake, and they just have a hard time focusing. Sometimes that can be that they're overstimulated by the environment. And so again, it's still like, if you can calm down the nervous system, a lot of times that will diminish. And so it can be a little bit of a thing for some of the kids. You know?
okay, so for a 1-year-old, what would be calming?
Lavender, especially rubbed on the arms and legs, or mandarin. You could even mix the two, but lavender and mandarin will actually a lot of times resolve a lot of that. Like the rules for the kids, they don't need quite the intensity that an adult would. And so a lot of times, like the vetiver, it's not that it would cause harm, but it probably wouldn't produce quite the result. And so, I mean, it might, but usually you can go softer with kids. And so lavender will usually do it. Mandarin can do it. And then sometimes I actually just go to, I like using African bluegrass on kids. Like it helps with their mood. It helps them to not be, I'm trying to think of the word. It's not adversarial, but they're just like, they're just at odds with everything. You know, they just push back on everything. Like, you know, you go clean your room, or go over there and play, or, you know, or we need to go to school, or eat your vegetables. And they're like, no, like that, whatever you want to call that. A lot of that is the nervous system. Like they're, you know, they might be being sassy, or they're going through a little thing where they're testing boundaries, but the bluegrass helps to calm some of that down so that they're more easily directed, and they can still ask questions, but not like be like at odds with things. Like defiant, that's what I was looking for, defiant.
Right.
Yeah, it calms down that defiant kind of tendency, which is kind of normal in a kid at some point. I mean, some kids it's not as big of an issue, but some kids it can be a bit of an issue. And so and it can happen at stages. And so up until about the age of like 7 or 8, bluegrass is really good for that.
So just like 1 drop in lotion on the arms and legs.
Yeah, one or 2 drops. If it's a baby, 1 drop, but if it was like a 7 or 8 year old, I'd probably do 3 or 4 drops, maybe even a little bit more. And then lotion on the arms and legs, or put them in a bath, you know, 8-10 drops in a bath, and let them soak in a bath. By the time they get to be 7 or 8, you could also just rub it on their chest.
Okay.
The thing with a baby is, even if you rub it on the chest or the abdomen, always do the arms and legs first, because that will calm them down. Like if you go right to the chest, their body will tense up because it's trying to protect the gut. And so if you do the arms and legs, a lot of times the baby will relax. And then when you put your hand on the chest, it will be like in a relaxed state. But if you go right to the chest, they'll usually tense up, and even if you're putting something on therapeutic, it will a lot of times agitate the condition rather than relax the condition. So with a baby, you always just start arms and legs, you know, just rub a little bit on, and even just like squeezing the arms and legs, it makes them relax.
Okay.
You know, it goes back to that you're calming down the peripheral nervous system. And so, I mean, it can be manually doing it. Like when we were treating dissociation way back in the day, we would do these manual manipulations on the arms and legs to calm down dissociation. I mean, I think the oils work better and with less effort, but you know, back in the day, we were exploring those options, and it was just a series of, you know, opening up the bicep, opening up the forearm, working the hamstring, working the shin, and it would calm down the dissociation substantially.
So this process that we just went through would help disassociation also in adults.
Yeah, because dissociation is a result of, I mean, just think of like checking out it's either overstimulation, which is hyper activation of the nervous system, or it's managing some sort of pain. Like, so you're dealing with some sort of conflict, some sort of issue, some sort of potential issue. And so it's a result of a tension inside. And so by going through and doing this, you're increasing your ability to interact, you're decreasing your unconscious reactiveness, and you're able to process things emotionally and mentally, and which means that, you know, you're able to be more present with whatever's going on. You know, it doesn't have the sting that it does, because that's the other issue with dissociation, is it allows you to check out, but a lot of times it makes the pain worse, you know, because it gets in and it just starts bouncing around like a pinball machine in your physiology, and it just keeps going and going and going, where if you can process it in the moment, it might be painful, but you're like, okay, problem solved or issue resolved, right? But if you let it get it, you know, it's going to come in a little bit, you check out, it just keeps bouncing around because you've checked out from it, and it just keeps causing more and more like havoc in the body. I mean, I can remember being young, like, you know, I don't know, 15, 16, 18, and something bad would happen. And I can literally remember going, yeah, I'm not going to deal with this now. I'll deal with this later. Like, it's too uncomfortable right now. I'll deal with it later. I never dealt with it. It just like, I'm choosing not to deal with this right now. And it's part of what made my mind just a mess. Like, it's just because I was just never fully present with something that was happening. And, you know, something painful would happen and I would just let it happen and then let it bounce around and just, you know, affect my physiology, my emotions, and my mind, and then expect that I'm just going to move forward as if everything is normal. And it wasn't.
So the vetiver would be what? would
Even if
help-
you just did the vetiver component of this, it would be substantial.
But the whole process helps.
Whole
with-
process is better, but even just the vetiver, I mean, like, a lot of times for me, I just do the vetiver part. I am so like relaxed and conked out, I don't even get to the other pieces.
Yeah, it's
Or
very,
I do them over the week. Like, I'll do the vetiver for like a couple of days. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to rub like hyssop somewhere. And then I go look it up and I go, oh yeah, on the abdomen. And then I take like a African bluegrass salt bath or something. And like, I feel pretty good. And then the interesting thing is like some difficulties that might be going on in situation, nothing horrible, but just situations, you know what I mean? All of a sudden it's like, okay, this is the strategy. We're gonna do this, 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 and this. You know, it's like it changes your thought process so that you can process. Because I mean, that's the thing is, most people don't get to use the intelligence that they have because we're so stuck into reacting. Like, we don't get to harness our smarts or an intelligence because it just never gets to that place. You know, it's like you're getting to harness your intelligence if you can engage this process.
yeah, I think I get stuck a lot.
Everybody does. I mean, I would say just this last week, you know, nothing bad was happening, but it was just like the wear and tear of like traveling and this and that and having some low grade, like little problems that I had to resolve. All of a sudden I was like, man, I have these situations and I'm just not thinking them out there. I started doing this particular technique. I didn't even do the whole piece. I just did the vetiver part. And like, I did it for like a couple of days and I just even started to have some insight. I was like, I'm just going to keep pushing through. And then all of a sudden, within about like maybe 6 or 8 hours, had resolutions for everything that was going on. Like, this is what I have to do here. 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 And there's no like big like dynamic thing that I have to do. It's just like a perspective. You know, sometimes it's about a perspective. Like, you know, conflict is a great way to look at it. Like, so sometimes we get stuck in the conflict itself and we don't realize in the situation what is the important thing. It's not about winning the conflict. It's about, what do I need to protect in this situation? What do I need to cultivate? What do I need to let go of? What is important? What is not important? And a lot of times, okay, remember, this is going back to your organizer days with me. Remember that time that person came from way far away and interrupted the class the whole time and had to leave early, and like she was just disruptive the whole time. We told her that it was going to be till 9 o'clock on Sunday night and she left at 5 and she was like, I don't think I should have to pay full price and yada yada yada. And she was just a problem. You remember that lady?
Yes.
Okay, and then so you came in, you go, boy, she's super upset. And you know, she wanted to argue, she wanted to fight. And so I sat down with her and she made her little case and I went, okay, just pay whatever you want. I don't care. Just pay whatever you want. And then she was like,
And I go, is there a problem? You're getting what you want. Is there a problem? But for her, it was about the fight. Like she wanted to argue, she wanted to fight, right? And so the goal was, we had a class to teach. We had a bunch of people in that class. Me getting into a little thing with a student is irrelevant, right? So whatever you need, like you weren't even engaging in the class, so that you're here or not here is kind of irrelevant. So if you don't want to pay for the class, I'm okay with that. Remember, and she didn't know what to say or do, and we just kept moving on. But she wanted to grind that whole situation to a halt. She was trying to disrupt that class every step of the way. It was what was important, what is not important. You know, collecting the fee from her, not that important. Letting the class have a good experience all the way around, and then not having a conflict, perfect. And so that's a perfect example of what was important and what was not important.
Right.
You remember?
You were really good at being non-reactive. I was so amazed at that.
A long time ago. That was like, what, 15 years ago? Something like that.
Probably.
Yeah. 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 Good. So this process helps with what is important, what is not important, right? And so a lot of times we get pulled into a drama. You know, perfect example of this is around the spiritual teacher. You go around any like kind of big developed spiritual teacher, there's always like a circle of people that want to pull you into their little dramas, right? Your goal is not to get engaged in all their little dramas. The goal is to engage the teacher. But a lot of times this little circle of people pull you away from the teacher or the teachings. So the goal is, I need to stay focused on the teacher. I need to stay focused on the teachings, not on all their little dramas. And so, you know, it helps you to keep your perspective. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Megan, then Sandra.
Hey, Megan.
Hi, Greg. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
It's a little fuzzy, but you're okay.
Okay. I wanted to go back to talking about breaking internal boundaries. This week, I've been just totally spinning negatively on like the career area of my life and lots of past failures and massive doubt and insecurity. And like when you talked about information from the spine going in and out and kind of having a sense of where to be at the right time and like being able to make good decisions, I guess, and plans and whatnot. I just don't have that in this area of my life. I just like I have no clue. I'm constantly questioning and re-questioning everything, and I just don't even know what the heck to do. I don't have like that track record of success to kind of remember or fall back on in any of the so-called career areas I've had, if waitressing counts as that. So how can I do, I mean, breaking boundaries might be it, or it might be a few other things. I don't really know. I don't even know which thing to work on. But
Let's just even like what we could do is let's practice that like right here. We'll do a thing like, so the goal would be like when you're going through and doing this, you know, the materialization process is a piece of it, but you know, we could take it a step further, and even setting that aside, we can go through and do a process where it's about integrating in the heart, the back heart, and then stimulating the blue pearl to like break down thinking. And so it really comes down to some of the limbic functions. And a lot of times when we have difficulty doing that, it's tied to the conditioning that's happened. Like anytime we say limbic system, basically it's like a fancy way of saying conditioning. You're dealing with your past conditioning, your successes, your failures, your thinking, your emotions, how people treated you, your experiences, whatever it is. And so the way to break the chains of that is through this aspect of union of the heart. And so let's do that. Let's actually, we'll do a little Q&A and we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll practice that. So let me give you some choices of oils and see if people have some of these things. And we'll actually just literally practice it instead of talking about it.
Okay.
So give me a sec here. Okay, so, and this is actually tied to an alchemical practice. And there's ways of kind of going through and doing this without oils. I like the idea of oils just because it allows you to shift your physiology and your emotions in your mind very quickly, because it's tied to the olfactory system, and it's tied to something that's like a key to like change your neurology very quickly. Scent is very much tied to that. But okay, so here's some choices. Tobacco, Palo Santo, galbanum. Blue mountain sage would be ideal, but some of the other sages could kind of work. But or the blend vital centers. You probably have at least galbanum or Palo Santo, yeah?
Yeah, and vital
Okay.
centers.
And if like everybody, like go ahead and see if you have one of those oils, and if not, we'll try to find you some substitutes. But we'll do a couple more questions and we'll take a break, and we'll come back and we'll do this process with the heart. It's something that we could actually even do with connecting to the oils themselves, which increase the potency. So we'll kind of do first we'll do it, and then we'll do it with an oil, and then we'll do it again. So we can use it also for situations.
Quick thing, if I just wanted to do something strictly for just breaking internal boundaries in general, is that part of this, or is there like
it's what this is tied to? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because like when you look at like the development of the heart, I mean, the first big stumbling block is integration, like just being able to integrate something into the heart, right? That's a big piece. That materialization breath is very much tied to that. Eventually it shifts back to the back heart, and then eventually up to the blue pearl. But how much the blue pearl or the inner eye becomes activated is dependent on this issue of transmutation. And really what we're talking about even deeper is boundaries, like establishing healthy boundaries with people, but also breaking down our inner boundaries, or even boundaries in society or in culture, or whatever it is. There's ways of going through and transmuting it. And so and boundaries a lot of times are tied to pain, but not physical pain. It could be social pain, it could be economic pain, it could be emotional pain, it could be mental pain, it could be the pain of abandonment or rejection, or it could be all kinds of things. And so in a way you're stimulating your ability to handle difficult or painful situations, but that wouldn't register as physical pain. And so even deeper, if you think about it, I was kind of alluding to this when we were talking about like dealing with trauma, or dealing with like when somebody passes, or if you've had a near-death experience, it kind of changes you a little bit. Like you have a different perspective, right? So here's the thing, is like the closer you get to experiencing divinity, right? You experience your higher soul, or you have a certain degree of union with God, or something. There is a direct correspondence that when that essence becomes so bright, that then it makes you more aware of the conditioning, or you could say the shortcomings that we have in our structure and our form. And so a lot of times you'll have the essence, you experience this great divinity, and then over a period of time, there's almost a corresponding like negative response, because then you're like, but then there's this, then there's that, then there's, and it can manifest in the thoughts, and you could say certain kinds of, like, I hate to just throw this word out, but like certain kinds of like prides, right? And so if you know that that is going to be the response, like if you just start tempering that right off the bat, which is still tied, like pride is actually tied to your nervous system. It is tied to a component of your nervous system. How it is generated and how you release it is tied to a neurological function. And so if you're able to tap into that and just harness that part of your neurology, you go from essence to form, to essence to form, to essence to form, which makes you highly creative, and it makes you like evolutionary in everything that you do. Like if you're that in the workplace, it means you're innovative. If you're trying to find and do your goals, it's a lot of times not just like I have a goal and I'm trying to do it. It's like you have to innovate to get to your goal, right? So it's this play between essence and form, essence and form. And you experience the essence, and then you come back to the form and you go, got to clean house a little bit, or I got to let go of this thought process, or I got to let go of this thinking. And a lot of times it's, I have to let go of these past experiences, right? It's a lot of times past experiences. And so if you harness your physiology to be like an ally, even when you have the difficulty, you can almost pinpoint and go, it's in this part of my nervous system, it's in that part of my nervous system, it's in this part of my nervous system, and you treat it and then you engage it more. And it doesn't mean that it's completely going to be gone, but like you go back and then you have the essence, and then you come back and you go, I'm going deeper, here it is again, I know how to treat it. And so it's like how you engage the creative process. It's how you engage divine intelligence. And divine intelligence produces all phenomenon in the universe. And divine intelligence is the stepping stone to then experiencing divine love, which is providence. Then it's, that which is provided to you. It's your ability to produce a result that sustains your soul and spirit, but also sustains you in the physical world. We'll practice that after the break. So see if you have those oils. If you guys don't have the oils, let us know and we'll try to come up with a substitute. But Palo Santo galbanum you probably have. If you don't have Blue Mountain sage, that's a really fancy sage. If you don't have that, anything but a clary sage, like Dalmatian sage, sage triloba, just regular sage. Tobacco works really well for this. Yeah. Is there a couple other questions or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so keep going with
Yeah,
questions.
let's
and then
keep
we'll
going
get
with
it at this-
questions.
okay.
And so after break, we'll do that, Megan.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
So go ahead, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Greg, I have a question about when we applied vetiver for body tension, the first kind of strategy you taught us, is it a good idea to say apply it to the skull, the temples, the scapula, etc., one after another, or should you say apply it to the skull and let it marinate for a
No,
while?
you could do all of them. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes like if you have one spot that is really like I apply vetiver to my suprascapular points like all the time. Like if you have one spot that's like, oh, that feels really good, you could do it multiple times, but I would do them all together.
Okay. I didn't know if it was.
But like, if
more
you're going
helpful.
out, you might not want to scrub like vetiver all over the back of your head, and maybe you do, maybe you don't, but hit the spots that you can. But at some point, I'd just hit them all together.
Okay. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared also in the chat. They go, sorry if I pressed somebody's thing. I did these oils as you spoke about them. The marjoram stood out as crazy powerful.
Yeah, I mean, they're all good by themselves, right? But when you kind of compile them in this like layered approach, they kind of play off each other. You know, it's like when you're creative by yourself, but you bring over a couple other people who are also creative, and you guys start like talking about like, this is what we should do, and then the ideas just start flowing even more. That's the way the oils are. Like there's some that don't like each other, and then there's some that really get along well with each other, right? And in this particular case, all these oils you could say are from the same tribe, you could say, especially in this application. They just kind of play off each other. And so they'll magnify the effects of each other, and then they produce an overall result that they couldn't do on their own, and they couldn't do in a blend. You know, that's the thing. It's almost like a layered approach, is almost like doing a blend, but not putting the oils together in the same bottle, but you're blending them on the body.
Is this whole application that you just went through, is this good for our clients going through mental stresses?
Yes.
about their
Oh my God,
procedure?
yes. Mental stresses, psychological things, trying to produce a result or a goal, going through a significant change, or just physical aches and pains. Like if they have like spinal issues, a back issue, a herniated disc. You know, it's not specific to the disc itself, but it's taking tension out of the spinal cord. And remember what I've said in some of the past classes, you know, we have lower emotions and then we have higher emotions. And a lot of the lower emotions, when we release them, they come out of different parts of the body, but the last place, the deepest place, is they come out of the spine. And so a lot of times when you relax the spine, just like old trauma, old stress, old fears come out. And when it's stuck there, it's affecting everything that's going up and down the spinal cord. So even if you're having a good experience, it's like it's going up and down the spinal cord, mixing a little trauma with it, mixing a little fear with it, mixing a little stress with it, that has nothing to do with the situation, right? So the more that that's cleared out of the spine, for one, it makes your physical body feel better, but it also makes you process information very, very differently.
Is it better to use vetiver oil neat or in an ointment?
Either way, like either way, a lot of times I do it in a roller ball, which is about 40%. When I do the roller balls, it's 40% essential oil and 60% jojoba. And then you can just roll it on. But in the old days, you know, vetiver can be real sticky and thick. I used to like take it neat and just like rub it all up in the area. It's just, it works really well that way, but it is like kind of sticky and makes the hair clump together. And that's the way I used to do it though. I mean, I still kind of do it that way sometimes, but if you're using an ointment, make sure the ointment is just kind of strong. Like, you know, not just a little tiny bit of vetiver, but like, you know, like a regular ointment is about 30 drops per ounce of the carrier oil, like 25 to 30 drops. And even when I make the ointments for you guys, I do a little bit more than that. And so the ointments are very strong, you know, there.
Would lovage help with palsy of the hand that someone has had since birth?
Hard to say. Palsy, I mean, you can try. Like sometimes you just start treating something and seeing. Off the top of my head, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but how much it would help, it's hard to say.
Did Greg say Palo Santo for this protocol we're about to do after
Yeah,
break?
yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I think we posted all the different choices for you guys
Mhm.
there. Back to the clients with the stress, it's prostate removal for cancer. If the cells are still in the walls and radiation therapy is next, are there oils for mental and physical help with that? Something different?
Yeah, I with that, how agitated is the person by that? if the person doesn't mind like speaking up or typing in or something.
They just said mentally challenged.
But what does that mean? Like angry, afraid, having a hard time making decisions? Like what does the challenge mean?
Angry family history.
I'm not understanding. Like I'm not quite understanding what's we're talking about the history, or we're talking about the maybe send me an email so I get a little bit more information. I'm not quite sure what we're talking about here. Like it sounds like it's a couple of different things. If we're talking about the cancer treatment or them having difficulty, but then if they're going through a bunch of other difficulty, maybe I need a little bit more of an overview of what's going on. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but maybe give us an update of what's going on so that we can maybe address it more precisely. I mean, you can always begin treatment with this and playing with it, but
And I just put in you can email us at the plant chronic
yeah,
calendar.
yeah, I'd be glad to look at it. I mean, if you send it in here shortly, I can even address it either on camera or we can send you an email. So today. And sorry that's happening with whoever that is.
And that is it for the Q&A for now. Should we take a break and then come back?
Yeah, let's
Or
take a 15-minute break. And so it's we'll come back at 10 till the hour, and then we'll do the protocol. So have one of those oils, the Palo Santo, galbanum, Blue Mountain sage, or at least sage, tobacco, or vital centers, and we'll go from there. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come back. We're going to do that little practice that we were talking about. And going back to what Megan was asking that kind of drew us into this. I mean, I definitely would do especially the part with the vetiver along with this, if you had it. Let's do it like this. If you have vetiver or Ruse-Cous or vetiver supreme, if you don't have those, like spikenard would work. Even some lavender might work a little bit. Let's have you applied to the base of the skull. And go along the base of the skull. If you don't, we'll still make it work with the other pieces, but let's go through and just unwind this piece. Palo Santo up there might also work at the base of the skull, along the skull line. Not quite the same, but Really rub it in along the base of the skull, that little indentation right in the center. All the way around the sides, and then the temples, hit the temples. And then the point on the shoulder where the neck and shoulder comes together, what we're calling the suprascapular points. And then also the armpits, the elbows, which is the front of the elbow here, the wrists, the palms of your hands, the hips, the knees, which is the back of the knee, the ankles, and the soles of your feet. This will make this process a little bit easier.
Someone's asking, which process are we on? What are we working on?
Where it's not in your notes. It's something that we're doing that's for integrating the front and back heart. Okay, so we've gone through and we've done this. Let's, a lot of times if we just do this, it's one thing, but it's a little bit easier when you have like a target, you know? So without inhaling any of the oils or something, just think of some situation, some goal, some potential, some problem. If you have nothing like that, even think of a deity or a spiritual practice, you know, your of your spiritual practice, I should say. And as you think about it, your awareness is just on your front heart. Okay, let it go. You're just letting go of all the imagery. We're just seeing how well you could integrate this, right? Okay, so again, your awareness is going to be on the heart, but now you're going to use either your tobacco or your Palo Santo, Galbanum, Blue Mountain Sage, or Vital Centers. And you're going to take long, slow, deep breaths, and your awareness is on your front heart. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. And apply some to the front heart as well. Like apply some and then inhale with your awareness on your front heart. you're still inhaling. Will you blink me for a second? Just be still, be aware, just let it go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is still on your front heart. And then just be still, be aware, just let it go. Now, just to check, think of the situation, whatever you were thinking about with your awareness on your heart at the very beginning, think about it now and just see how it feels as you hold something in your heart. Okay, just let it go. Now, you're gonna use the same oil, you're gonna be inhaling, but now your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Long, slow, deep breaths. You're not thinking about anything. You're not visualizing anything. You're simply working the back heart. And then just be still, be aware, just let that go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades, the back heart. Now just let that go. Now, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart and the back heart, which is between your shoulder blades at the same time. Equal amounts, the front and back at the same time. You're inhaling the oil. Your awareness is on the front and back at the same time. And just let it go for a moment. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Front heart, back heart. Before you do that, though, rub a little bit of the oil, whatever you're using, upon the suprascapular areas. And then just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your front heart and your back heart at the same time, equal amounts. Keep inhaling, but your awareness is just on the front heart right now. You're just on the front heart. And now move your awareness to the back heart. Just the back heart. Move your awareness to the front heart. Move your awareness through the body to the back heart. And just let it all go. Okay, so we're going between the front heart and the back heart, the front heart and the back heart. We're activating one or activating the other. Now, as you go back and forth between the front heart and the back heart, you move through the body to the back, then you move to the body to the front. In the middle, in between the front heart and the back heart, that's where you're going to want to find your attention and your awareness. And you're starting to impact it by the physical heart. And this is the teachings like in the Christian tradition where you see the Sacred Heart of Christ. And sometimes it has the crown of thorns and sometimes it doesn't. In the Buddhist tradition, you see Mahakala and he's holding a physical heart in his hands and like looking at it. The key is you're looking at it, right? Here you're putting your attention on it. Part of you could say how you interact with the physical world and the inner world is tied to the function of the physical heart, which is also where the physical permanent seed is. Just like you have the mental permanent seed here, the physical permanent seed is in the chest, but it's actually in the heart itself, the physical heart. And so we're going to go back and forth between the front heart and the back heart, and your awareness is going to be in between the two. So we're going to again go back and forth, and then eventually we're going to go somewhere in between, right? So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Push through to the back heart. And now go in between the front heart and the back heart, in the middle of your chest, just in the middle of your chest cavity, in between the front heart and the back heart. Just explore that area a little bit. And just take some long, slow, deep breaths. It will keep getting refined as you practice this. It takes a little bit. Just begin your exploration between the front heart and back heart. Okay, let the imagery go. Let everything go. Let the inhalation go. Just be still. Now focus on whatever the situation was that you are focusing on, your goal, your situation, the conflict, whatever it is. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. And keep thinking of the situation, keep inhaling, but now move your awareness to the back heart, between your shoulder blades. Keep inhaling and now move in that spot between the front heart and between the back heart. In the middle of your chest. Not quite the front, not quite the back, just settle in the center of your chest, in between the front and back. Now move your awareness to your forehead where the hairline is. Your awareness is on your back head. You're still thinking of the situation. Your awareness is on the back head. Opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Keep your eyes open for this. And continue with the imagery, continue with the situation, your forehead and back head at the same time. Yeah, still eyes open. Yeah, yeah. Just let the imagery go. Let everything go. Let the inhalation go. Just be still. Just let everything go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Think of the situation again. You don't need to use the oils. Just think of the situation and hold it in your heart. As we talked about in last weekend, we went through and we systematically treated the limbic system, the sympathetic nervous system, and the parasympathetic nervous system. And when we treated the the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is your fight, flight, freeze response, right? When you're trying to integrate something, this is the system that dictates if it's possible or not, or to what degree you're starting to bring something in. And if it's uncomfortable or painful, you go into a little bit of a fight flight response as there starts to be shift or change, or you could say the law of cycles is the evolutionary process that can happen. The stimulation of the sympathetic nervous system is part of the issue. And so the pattern to go through and treat sympathetic activity is front heart, back heart, forehead, back head. And when we do it in reverse, it is, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart. It is parasympathetic activity, or rest and repair. It is the ability to let go of something, but to get something in, to be able to process it, it goes through sympathetic functions, right? And so here you're taking it a step further. Not only did you go front heart, back heart, and then eventually forehead, back head, but you went front heart, back heart, and then you rested it in the center. And the idea is to eventually temper the thymus on one level, but eventually it's also the physical heart. And this is tied to, like I said, in the Christian tradition, the teachings of the Sacred Heart, an alchemical process tied to the Sacred Heart. And so a lot of times you see either a cross coming out of the Sacred Heart and it's a physical heart, or you see like a little thing of thorns wrapped around it, right? This is tied to, well, we don't have to go into it too much. And then in different traditions, they'll show the physical heart being held by a deity or a spiritual teacher. Not often, but it's there. And so with that, this aspect of how at odds we are with the thing that we're integrating, how at odds we are at even the evolutionary process or divine intelligence is actually dependent on the physical heart. The mental permanent seed brings in light, but the physical seed dictates our ability to interact with the environment in the physical world. It is the physical seed. So it is like physical interaction. And so when we're just a normal everyday person, there is, you could say, significant pushback in the physical heart about things in the environment, like just being at odds with the outer world, the inner world and outer world being like at odds with each other. The more we develop the heart and then the crown, this being at odds with the outer world and the inner world diminishes. But more importantly, it is the focus of the physical heart and then some aspects in the head. As this begins to harmonize, it literally changes how you feel and how you think, but it also changes how you process things with the environment. So it's not about like, I need to gain those pieces of facts so I can do something differently. Because again, going back to that esoteric saying, if all your thoughts, all your opinions, all your viewpoints, all your behaviors have gotten you to this point and you're not happy with what's happening or it's not working for you, still trying to engage that same process is not working. right? So at some point we have to go, okay, how do we step out of the box? Doing the same thing over and over again, even though we've changed situations, how do we do it? And it goes back to what Robert was saying, like about needing to change the brain. And it's more about not changing the brain, but it's almost like sequencing how we process information. It's not that you need to undo what's already happening. It's just you need to shuffle it around a little bit and just put things in the proper sequence. And once you do that, everything just kind of plays out. So you're not at odds with your mind or your brain. You know, if you have a very critical mind for processing information, like good for you. But we want the information to be processed in a particular sequence. When it gets there, you take it and run with it. But what happens a lot of times when we have part of our mind that is more stimulated than others is that's our go-to thing, and we don't really engage the sequence, we engage that piece of the sequence, right? So here we're wanting to engage all the different parts of the sequence. And so that's why I was making the comment to him where it's like, it's almost like being able to push a different radio station on the buttons, like in the old car stereos, is like you just go boom, that's what I need to, like, that's the way I need to think. So I'm going to hit that station, and that's the way I need to think. So I'm going to hit that station. And it's almost like engaging these certain processes. Like if you were trying to let something go, we wouldn't necessarily do this process. We would do something different, right? We would actually do it in reverse. But here we're trying to integrate something, we're trying to process it, we're trying to deal with conflict resolution, overcoming an obstacle, letting the situation, like I keep saying the word transmute, but you're breaking down boundaries in how you interact with the outer world. And really what you're doing is you're harmonizing or bringing union between the outer world and the inner world by going through and doing this. So it's not about trying to be smarter, it's about having more flow when it comes to these processes. And so the first few times you do this, you might keep bouncing off, or you might get just really super tired. But over a period of time, what happens is you can look at something, including like the oils, like you sit and you do this process with the oil, you have a certain level degree of union or oneness with the plant. And what starts to happen is it becomes an extension of you. You start to receive information, and it's literally some of the mechanisms that are tied to inner transmissions, right? And so what starts to happen is you do it once, and then it becomes easier and easier to have oneness or have this process with other things that you're doing. So you become less at odds with the environment. You have less production of stories internally, and it's just about this harmonizing between the inner and the outer world. As the inner and outer world harmonize more, the more that transmissions come through. And so if you look at the things that are going on in the world right now, you know, you could say it's a changing of an age, right? It's a changing of a time. And there's like a new age coming, right? So according to theosophical writings, specifically of Holy Master Joel Kuhl, that in this changing of the age, thought processes, emotions, and how people interact in the world becomes very, very polarized. Sounds very familiar, right? Everything's very polarized. You're either on this side, you're on that side. Either this is good, or you know, people completely disagree. Whether it's you or not is not the point. It's just what's happening in the world. Things are more polarized than we can remember, right? And then in this polarization, there is this aspect of illusion, right? There's illusion. kind of doesn't matter which side you pick, there is illusion because of the polarization. And then eventually that dissipates and an inner kind of state is followed by this that is more of a meditative state. So society is going through that. But even in our heads, at first, we're at odds with the environment. We're polarized. You know, it's either outer or it's inner. It's outer or it's inner. It's outer or it's inner. And it's either good for us or it's bad for us. We like it, we don't like it, whatever it is. And then at some point, in most traditions, especially like in Buddhist traditions or in your Christian traditions, this aspect of duality eventually diminishes, and there starts to be like a oneness or a union where you don't really see things as good or bad anymore. They're just things that are happening, and there can be good aspects or bad aspects depending on how you handle, but it's more about how you shift, how you change, how you grow, how you evolve. And an aspect of this is developed soul putting themselves in the right place at the right time. It's not trying to avoid conflict. It is harnessing whatever's in front of them to produce a result. So a lot of times we're in that polarized state, we try to avoid things that are painful or that are conflict or that we don't like, when really it is interacting with it, harnessing it to further our development, right? And it doesn't mean that you have to deal with bad things. It's more about your perspective of what it is rather than what's presented, because a lot of times we have a preconceived idea of what's happening. So with that, as you go through and you do this process, it amplifies your ability to harmonize the inner and outer world, to engage this creative process and have oneness with an item, with a deity, with a person, with the different aspects of yourself. You practice first with items, then you practice with deities, you practice with angels, you practice with all these different components. And the more you practice this, the more that it becomes easier and easier depending on the situation. And as it becomes easier and easier, what happens is not only when you engage situations are you transforming, but you are also transforming people and situations that you're engaging, that you're interacting with. Just the interaction starts to be part of the evolutionary process externally as well as internally, right? Does that make sense? Let's open it up to experiences or Q&A, and you can unmute yourself or type in. We're going to do it again after we do the lunch break, but after the lunch break, we'll maybe do it with an oil. We'll keep it simple. Go ahead and unmute yourself or type it.
Go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
Yeah, I found this very interesting, just the
Mhm.
timing of it. This week I fell pretty hard and what is it called? Bruised a couple of ribs when I was camping. And then
wow. Yeah,
just
yeah,
as a result of this, I was so mad at myself for just letting this happen. I mean, it was
yeah.
total accident. It was dark and I
Yeah.
just didn't
Stuff
see what,
happens.
you know.
Yeah.
But during this process, it helped me to just let go some of that anger. And I was also calling in Archangel Sandalphon, not Sandalphon, Zadkiel, sorry.
Mhm.
Because I feel like, you know, I've kind of been working with that energy the past couple
Mhm.
of weeks. And now when I was looking at that experience, you kind of had us do that at the end. There wasn't really any anger anymore or emotions. It was,
Oh, good.
I almost felt like I kind of integrated both the experience as well as the emotional part of it.
Mhm. Very, very good. Very good. And so
Yeah, I just felt very calm and peaceful. And
let's talk the practical parts, and then we'll go in a little bit more. But like, so you bruised your ribs. Have you put anything on that bruised area?
I went to the urgent care and they had me do those lidocaine patches.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's kind of it. I wasn't sure with essential oil wise if there was anything that could be helpful in that.
Yeah, some helichrysum on the area will help the bruising. I mean, that's the thing with like ribs, like you didn't fracture anything, right? Or did you?
No, thank goodness.
Okay, so sometimes there can still be a little bit of a muscle strain in the little muscles in between the ribs. So if you're breathing and it's a little painful, could be a little
Yeah.
bit of that, but also could just be the bruise spots. So the helichrysum will usually take some of that out. If you don't have helichrysum, try, as long as the skin is not broken, try hyssop, like putting hyssop on the area.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And
great.
the hyssop will take some of the pain out and help dissipate the bruising. And so that can be helpful. Chamomiles can also be helpful as well, but that should be helpful. What were you doing when you fell and hurt your ribs? Were you hiking or did you just trip on
No,
something?
it was dark at night, and there was a grill that was laid against the fire pit, and I just
Yep.
didn't see the grill and kind of
Gotcha.
did like a belly flop on pavement,
Right.
unfortunately.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, like I think sometimes it's not even so much that, like if you look at it, it's like it was dark, you couldn't see it, you weren't aware of it. You know, that's the thing sometimes in life, it's not even about that you made a bad choice or you did
No,
this or you're a bad person. It's just, you know, life happens sometimes. You know what I mean?
yes,
It's
true.
not that anything, it's like if you had to do it different,
Yeah, true.
okay, but like, what would you do different? Like walk around with a flashlight all the time, or you know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's
that's
just
true.
one of those things that's going to happen, and so your ability to kind of like process it and just go, okay, so something bad happened, and you know, there's that old saying, you know, it's usually for more extreme situations, but sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear eats you. You know, it's just
Yeah,
life happens. You know what I mean? And your ability not to beat yourself up about it is
yeah,
probably the big important thing here is, you know, things just happen. It doesn't,
true.
it's not a reflection of who you are or what you are or how smart you are or that
Yeah,
you made a bad mistake. It's just, you know, sometimes things just happen. And like you said, like you just kind of shake it off and move on and not let it affect you too much. I mean, you got to deal with the injury, but at the
yes,
same time, is there a lesson to be learned there? Maybe not. Like probably not. It's just something happened. And
yeah,
really, if you walk away with just like, yeah, I got to be a little bit easier on myself sometimes. You know, there's some times where I
yeah,
was like,
yes.
how did I make that mistake? And this is not one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just
sure,
like,
sure.
eh,
Yeah, I
you
just found
know,
like the whole emotional thing very interesting, like you were just talking about.
right.
And then other memories of when I got, when I felt accidental stuff during childhood came up
Right,
too. It's like, wow.
right.
So yeah, it's very, I just
Yeah,
find it really interesting. I'm glad that that this whole process kind of helped to integrate it and calm things down. So I'm not beating myself
good.
up over it.
Yeah, yeah. The world does enough of that. Like we don't need
Yeah,
to,
I know.
we
It's
don't
true.
need to take that baton and run with it. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
Having trouble staying focused. A big car crash about 500 feet from where I'm sitting. At least 9 emergency vehicles are there.
Oh wow, that just happened. Oh wow. Yeah, I hope everybody's okay. But where is that? Oh wow, that's crazy.
Will you repeat sympathetic and the heart head process and parasympathetic heart head process? I'm thinking they're wondering which ones for each pattern, like which pattern for which, maybe is what they're asking.
I don't even know
You were
what you're saying.
saying the sympathetic was the heart, back
Oh,
heart.
sympathetic is heart, back heart, forehead, back head. And then parasympathetic activity is just reversed. Back head, forehead, back heart, front heart.
If that is not what you were asking,
Yeah.
just let us know.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm still waking up. So
Yeah.
I have a feeling other people too.
We lost Samantha there for a little bit. Yeah. Anybody else, or that seems to be good right now?
I think so.
Okay, so we'll do a little bit more of this again after lunch, and then we'll go into some more of the advanced strategies and talk about that. And so let's break for lunch, and we'll come back at 2:25. We'll come back in an hour and a half. Wait, is that right? Or no, that's not right.
Yeah.
2:30.
35.
2:40. Let's come back at 2:40.
Okay.
Yeah, 2:40. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And let's jump to the top of page 63. And actually, somebody was asking a question about, it was Dawn, like there was asking a question about somebody who's going through some chemotherapy for a prostate issue, and then just some childhood like chaos or a lot of anger in the household. So I would actually still do the process that we just did, the part for the body tension. But when you come to the part where it's African bluegrass, number 4, instead of African bluegrass, use either yarrow or milfoil. And yarrow or milfoil will help the healing process that will, like, especially like kind of deep-seated wounds, emotional wounds, mental wounds, just things from the past, as well as be very supportive of going through the chemotherapy component. It will help kind of fortify the nerves and reduce the inflammation in the body as they go through the process. But other than that, I would do everything kind of real similar to what's going in that protocol or that process. So if she's not on, make sure that we get that to her.
Okay, thank you. And then what page again?
We're at the top of page 63. And here we're looking at unwinding the spine. And it's not necessarily just like an injured spine or a herniated disc. This is just treatment of the spine. And so depending on what issue is going on with the nervous system or what's going on with injury of the spine, this also has to do with psychological components, because again, part of the brain is also the extension of the spinal cord of how we interact with the environment. Information coming in hits the spinal cord, and then information being projected out also hits the spinal cord. So some of this is similar to what we were doing in the first strategy. You're going to apply the vetiver to the base of the skull, a lot of the same reasoning, and then also to the suprascapular points. This also helps to unwind, especially the cervical part of the neck. And then there's not a lot of different choices for this, but the Idaho tansy is very good for this particular component to rub on the gut. Like it could be in a body tonic, it could be in an ointment, but it's not the blue tansy, it's the Idaho tansy. And the issue is, like when we're using that digestive calm, it's to relax the fascia in the gut and things of that nature. And the Paracelsus ointment also is very calming and soothing to the part of the nervous system that's affecting the gut. But here we're wanting to re-educate the fascia. We're wanting to, like you could kind of say release it, but trying to think of a different way of saying it other than re-educating it. think of it like this, the fascia is not just functioning independently, it's reacting to information from the nervous system, it's interacting from, you know, fluids and fluid retention and the way blood is flowing. And we want to change the dynamic between the fascia and the nervous system is the best way that I can say it. But basically you're wanting the gut to be a little bit different. How it processes neurological information. And this is very good. The iodotency is very good for detoxifying the gut in a very deep way, and as it impacts the flow of lymph along the spine and how the spinal nerves interact with the gut itself. And so this can be actually quite helpful with this component. I mean, if you don't have that, you can try using the digestive calm, but this is a bit different than the digestive calm. And I know I'm not doing a great way of talking about it, but just think of it like this, like even the gut is not just operating independently, it's interacting with other parts of the body. And it's almost like how the gut is interacting with different parts of the body, here specifically the spine and the spinal cord, spinal nerves. And then also here we're doing the hyssop or larch, but this time applied to the chest. Again, decreasing tension in the spine, decreasing tension in the diaphragm. And then the marjoram, if possible, is applied directly to the spine. When you go through and apply marjoram, it relaxes the spinal muscles and it allows for the spine to somewhat self-correct. It doesn't always do it, but it allows for the spine to start kind of popping and cracking and allowing for there to be realignments of things that are subluxated. And so anytime that you reduce the spasms along the spine is always a good thing. Then to take it a little bit deeper, you can apply helichrysum directly to the spine. This will take a lot of tension out of the spine itself, especially when topically applied directly to the spine. It helps to reduce inflammation, increase lymphatic circulation, but also takes the tension out of the spine and then also begins to release some of the trauma that could be locked into the spine. And then birch complex, always good for any sort of acute injury, acute issues, but part of it is it helps to reduce tension that's held in the spine as well. Birch and wintergreen are very good for this, reducing like really deep-seated spasms. And so here you can apply to the wrist, which is just here, and you're just trying to get it in the blood, but also the sides of the hips will take some tension out of the back, especially the low back, and the SI joints, which is like this is your tailbone area. The SI joint is like right here on each side, you know, where the joint of the side of your pelvis is interacting with the sacrum, right? So you can go through and apply some just in the area, like off to the sides of each side of the sacrum area. So this could be done by a massage therapist, like as you're going in for a massage, you can give them some instructions, or if you're a therapist, you can do this to different people. And then if not, you can go through and do this. Now, the parts where, you know, you can apply it to your spine, you can try applying it the best that you can to yourself, or you can substitute direct application. Instead of applying it directly to the spine, you could also do a salt bath. And so go through and apply this to like 10, 15, like 15 drops or so, especially with marjoram or helichrysum. 15, I sometimes even do like 20. soak in the bath for a while, really let it impact the spine, keep the spine underwater, and it should impact that area quite well. So this can be for any sort of spinal issue, tension in the body, tension in the back, body misalignments, you know, elevated hip, elevated shoulder, rotations. Very good for meditation because, you know, energy is going to run up and down the spine. It has a balancing effect on the brain as well. And so, yeah. So with that, let's go ahead and open that up to Q&A. So questions and answers both on this one and the one previous.
And you can unmute yourself. You can type into the chat.
Hey, Greg.
Hey,
Hey, so the birch complex, can we
Mhm.
substitute just regular birch?
yeah, birch or wintergreen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Perfect. That answered somebody else's question as well. Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. You say in here we can do birch complex as a roller ball or an ES cream. What's an ES cream?
Oh, did I put that in there?
Yes.
Yeah, so ES cream is, I make these creams that are, it's a base of like an Epsom salt cream. And so, you know, Epsom salts are good for reducing like spasms and like issues with the soft tissue. And so like when you take a bath, you take an Epsom salt bath, it's good for like strains and sprains and things like that. Like a lot of times I put the essential oil in the cream. You know, there's people who make up these creams and I just use it as a base and then I mix it in. And I didn't realize I had done that.
Yeah, it's also further on in.
Yeah. I mean, you're using my notes like in some I don't always catch the we can actually make some of those. It's kind of nice because it's like just the cream itself will have an impact on, you know, reducing some of the spasms and tension in the body, especially with muscle strains and sprains and strains. And so it can make the essential oil work a little bit better. And when you put it in a cream or a massage oil, it kind of holds it in the area for a little bit and just allows it to keep releasing into that particular part of the body or that tissue. And so it's like kind of a way of doing a time released approach where you rub it on an area, it'll keep going into that same spot rather than just hitting the bloodstream and then going to other places. And so, yeah, I'll make that and we'll throw it up on the site. You know, it will probably be about the price of a rollerball, you know, for a thing of cream.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, I sure did that. Huh. Yeah. I try to take out all the things that don't apply, but like I don't always catch everything.
Do you have on the website the Blue Tansy body tonic or Blue Tansy ointment?
It's not Blue Tansy, it's Idaho Tansy. No, but I could make that. I mean, it's something that if you had it, you could just put it in some alcohol, but I'm glad to make it for you guys. I can augment it with the appropriate minerals or vitamins. Detoxing fascia probably would be MSM. Yeah, we can put that on the site as well. Yeah, but Blue Tansy and Idaho Tansy are actually, even though they're both Tansies, they're very different. And so, yeah, we can go through and do that.
Was there a substitute for Idaho Tansy?
You know, unfortunately, in my notes, I have nothing. Like usually I have a few things that are like B and C choices. And this particular one, I have absolutely nothing. And so I could try playing with a couple things and see if I can come up with something different. But for right now, I would say Idaho Tansy would be the one to use.
And if you want the Idaho Tansy body tonic or anything you don't see on the site, email me
Yeah.
at plantfrontacalendar@gmail.com.
Even if there's things that we don't talk about, but you'd like, hey, I'd like this in a body tonic or an ointment, we can make it. Just let us know.
Yeah.
Just because it's not on the site doesn't mean that it's not possible. It's just, we make a bunch of things that never make the site. I just make it for individuals or for a company or something. And that's that.
Not in direct alignment with what you just said,
Mhm.
but a question came in. What is the lifespan for an essential oil with citrus?
It usually is like maybe 2 to 3 years, and that's just the peel. Like you take something like neroli, that's a citrus, but it's the flower of a citrus. That can be many years. But when it's the peel at some point can become acidic. And so I'd say like 2 to 3 years, like three being solid. But I've had some that have gone like 4 or 5, but rule of thumb is, even when I'm buying things in stock for here, things like mugwort, I buy like 25 or 30 kilos at a time sometimes. And then something like lemon, we go through a lot of lemon, but still I only buy like 5 or 10 kilos at a time because I can go through that in about 6 or 8 months. And so, that's pretty solid. I don't want to stock it for long periods of time because eventually it can become acidic and then has a shorter lifespan for you guys. And so anything that's a peel, usually about 3 years.
And then frankincense.
Oh, frankincense, you can age it like, there's frankincenses that float around, they're not really on the market, but they're aged 20, 25 years and, still, considered fancy. And so people age them on purpose and then bring them to the market. And so frankincense can be on the shelf for quite a while. Sometimes the things that are resiny like that actually get better with age, and the longer that they sit, the better they become. So
How would I know if the oil's still good?
if we're talking about citruses,
They just said, how would I know oils are good? Like if they're still good. So we'll say citrus.
a citrus, like it would still diffuse okay, but like if you put it on the skin, it would be like a little bit acidic, which is kind of hard to tell with like something like orange. You put it on the skin, it's going to be a little bit irritating to begin with. Lemon, not so much. And so usually the rule of thumb is about 3 years. Other things I wouldn't be so concerned about, but the citruses would just be the thing that I'd give it a lifespan.
Once they expire, like the citruses, what can I do with them?
Diffuse them in the air. They're still good for that. You just don't want to put them on the skin.
What do you use lemon for? I have 2 large bottles now.
You can use lemon for all kinds of things. It's good for thinning the blood, regulating mineral deficiencies. It's good for the liver. It's considered a cure-all, so it starts to have a balancing effect on a lot of the body's processes. It's good for the immune system. It's good for lymphatic function. Boy, let me just pull them up and I can tell you more. It has so many uses, but I can't remember them all.
But you go through it quickly. How do you, Greg?
Oh,
use it?
well, we also use it for a lot of students, and it's in some blends and things, but
Oh, Robert just posted as well. He found.
Yeah,
we have like a
so
whole thing.
it's for mucus, throat infections, fevers, colds, infectious diseases, painful and difficult digestion, rheumatism, arthritic conditions. It is said that it also can help potentially repair damaged skeletal muscle, you know, basically like a torn tendon, a torn muscle, a torn ligament, circulatory issues, water retention, cellulitis. There has been times where people have gotten good results of it with treating high blood pressure. Emotionally, mentally, it can be like kind of strengthening, invigorating, somewhat uplifting, you know, uplifting to the mood and to the mind a bit. You know, any of the citruses are usually a bit uplifting. You know, they kind of brighten the mind, you could say.
I don't know how far off you want to go. Someone's asking what's in the brain oils. The brainwave oils. Do you want-
Let's stay relatively on. We can do stuff like that at the end, though. I don't mind.
How much lemon can you take a day?
Lemon, you can take I mean, you could take 8 or 10 drops pretty easily. I mean, I've taken substantially more, but I'd probably keep it in around 8 or 10 drops. Okay. All right. So let us move to, this is starting to be a little bit different. We're switching gears a little bit, like advanced strategies for the effects of psychic attack. And psychic attack is just like when somebody's been aggressive towards you, been violent towards you, you're in a situation where people are trying to manipulate you, like, you know, just, you know, we talked about like being at odds with something, you know, when somebody is being aggressive or insulting or adversarial, you know, there's the component of what it does to you emotionally and mentally, but there's also a physiological response that we want to go through and address. And, you know, this is something that everybody has to address at some point. And so when we go through and look at some of the mechanisms, you can use it for survival, like if it's in a situation with a relationship, a friendship, where things flare up a little bit. But, you know, think of it like in the workplace, or you know, these days it could even be a couple people talking about politics, not even from different sides. They could be from the same party and start going at odds with each other. And so, you know, things basically are more polarized than they have been. A lot of times I don't like to throw this kind of stuff out there just because I don't want to, like, I don't know, make a big deal out of it. But I think it's an important part of today's survival strategies with how polarized everything is. I think it's more important than it was, you know, many years ago. And so we'll go through and we'll talk about this, and we'll just see, and we'll play this out a little bit with my explanation. We'll do a little Q&A, and then we'll kind of go from there. Could you like just mute it for a second? And so with that, let's talk about the first component. And here, like, if you think about like when somebody is coming at you and being aggressive, when they're being violent, when they're being manipulative, you know, if you think about like when somebody is trying to get their way, and maybe you don't disagree, part of what they do, be it subtly or not so subtly, is they take little jabs at you. They take little pokes to weaken your your reference, your perception, your opinion in the situation. They kind of weaken it so that it becomes easier for them to force their will on the situation, you could say. And so with this, when somebody's coming at you, and I mean, sometimes it is as simple as even being in a really bad like storm, you know, one time I was close to like some tornadoes and stuff. And if you scan the energy body, there's a lot of psychic attack energy, but it's not a person, it's the weather, you know, it's nature, but it's threatening your ability to thrive in the environment. So it could be all kinds of things where the body feels threatened, right? And the very first thing, like when the body feels threatened, is that your body tries to protect the gut, right? It tries to protect the internal organs. And it does this because if there is some sort of injury to the internal organs, like, you know, like a punch, a stab, or whatever, it can be potentially very damaging or even fatal. And so the body tends to tense up in this particular area to protect the internal organs. And so what happens over a period of time is you might be able to relax emotionally, you might be able to relax mentally, but your internal organs, the smooth muscle of the internal organs, gets tighter. And as it gets tighter, it starts to affect your digestion, starts to affect circulation. It starts to affect how the nerves interact in the gut. It affects your ability to detoxify with lymphatic movement. And then it produces anxiety. It also doesn't allow for intuitive faculties to be cultivated. It makes you a little bit more sensory mind oriented, which means you're more reactive, right? So we want to go through and we want to calm this down, right? So here you can see like anise, lemongrass, nutmeg, tarragon, bless you, are all good for rubbing on the area topically. The blend, Digestive Calm, was made specifically for that, relaxing the smooth muscle, relaxing the fascia of the gut to basically offset the tension of what happens in the environment on the gut. And so, you know, by doing this, it starts to shift the nervous system. Both anise and tarragon have a balancing effect on the autonomic nervous system, which means it balances the play between fight, flight, and rest and repair. Nutmeg does that as well. Nutmeg also helps to cultivate a little bit more of the intuitive mind. And the thing that's also nice about nutmeg is it helps dilate the blood vessels in the area wherever you put it. So basically it is increasing blood flow. And when things get tight, like in the gut, you're having a reduction of circulation in the gut. And so by going through and applying these things in that area, you're improving the function of the organs, you're helping them to be able to relax and function more appropriately, and you're getting a better or fresh blood supply to that area, which helps to flush out toxic material, move lymph, and things of that nature. This also will relax the hip flexors. So a lot of times when there's a lot of negativity being projected at you, the tendency is the hip flexors also tighten up to stabilize the low spine. You know, it's trying to stabilize the spinal cord. And so by going through and unwinding this, it helps to loosen up also the spine itself. And then by going through and applying this, it also releases a bunch of negative emotions, like lower emotions, right? And so with that, we go back to applying the vetiver to the base of the skull. Again, helping to unwind the neck and open up the nuchal ligament. And here, not just the temples, but applying it to the sides of the head, right? Applying it to the sides of the head. And this really helps to open up the channel between the forehead and the back head, which breaks down negative thinking, right? And the negative thinking can be the reactive thinking that comes from somebody being aggressive or adversarial towards you. Or if it's a manipulation, they basically try to get you to think a particular way about yourself, right? So like you can say like something like, well, you're just never going to amount to anything or something like that. So what they've told you is like, after you leave here, I wanted to be clear, you're not going to do well, right? You know, they take that jab that they want to have it last and linger. And so by opening up the channel between the forehead and the back head, it literally will break down thoughts that don't have very much light in it or no light at all. And when somebody says that, you could say that that has little to no light in it, right? And so it's in esoteric teachings, they would be called shells, like the shell of thought. It's got the like the outer makings of it, but there's no light inside. And so the way that you break down these thoughts or thought forms is to harmonize the forehead and the back head. And so by rubbing the vetiver on the sides of the head, not just the temple, but all through the sides of the head, it opens up the channel between the forehead and the back head. So it allows you to break things down and process them more appropriately. You know, it's just like the heart and the back heart. When they start working together in tandem, they do something different than they do individually. The same with the forehead and the back head. You know, this is wisdom, it's access to the inner world, but it's also how we physicalize light in the body. And the back head is tied to how we go through and process these things. And so, then we're also going to want to apply the vetiver to the feet, to the soles of the feet. And this has a very relaxing effect on the body, and it helps to reduce the reaction to the negativity. A lot of times when somebody's being very negative or adversarial, hostile, violent towards you, part of that is coming in through your feet, right? And the more that the feet are relaxed, like from the knee down, the more that this is relaxed, the more that light can come down and flush it out through the soles of your feet. And when they're tense, the tendency is for you to draw that energy up and suck it into the body. And so the more that you can relax this component, the more that it will not have a lasting effect. And yeah, the use of different sages. I went through and I listed the sages because there's a few sages that do not work here, mostly clary sages, but all the other sages usually kind of work for this. The sage trilobal and the Dalmatian sage and the Blue Mountain sage are ones that really shine here. I mean, actually all of them really shine here. Like I'm not even going to single them out. But you would apply it to the forehead and the back head, and you would do it kind of often, multiple times in a day. And it's part of why they burn sage to purify a space. It has a cleansing effect on the space, but also has a cleansing effect on the people who are in the space. And it's why they go through and purify with sage before they go into ceremony, right? And then Palo Santo. This is applied to the body all over, or you can do it in a body tonic, or you can also do it in a salt bath, and it just has a very strong cleansing effect, especially to the tissues of the body. You know, it's not so much like lovage helps to remove the deposits that are held in joints and held in the tissues. This is more of the energetic component, you know, the part that it helps to release elementals. Let's just be blunt. It cleans out the elementals when somebody projects negativity to you, the stronger the emotion or the more repeated that it's thought, it attracts elementals that then creates the thought form. This helps to break those things up out of the body and basically deconstruct the things that are being projected. I mean, if you want to really boil it down. And so, yeah. So with that, let's go ahead and ask some questions about this. This isn't so much about like, how do you build a shield or how do you protect yourself? This is, how do I undo the effects of my boss that's a jerk, or Uncle Bob who is a real a-hole, you know? Every time I get around him, you know, and that's the thing too, is you know, sometimes you might be working with somebody or have a friendship with somebody and they're good until that situation doesn't serve them anymore. And then they become a little bit of what we call therapeutically as a shithead. You know, they just get insulting. And, you know, like when somebody wants to like say, you know what, this isn't what I want to do anymore, instead of saying, you know, like maybe we take a break and we don't do this anymore, or maybe I don't work here anymore. Instead of doing that, they have a hard time doing it. So they do that thing where they act out so that you're the one that has to go, this isn't working for anymore. And then they go, you're the one that did it, not me, right? And they're the ones that just kind of blow up the situation. And so it happens, you know, it's a little bit like teenagers breaking up where they make the other one break up or something like that, when really they don't want to do it anymore. So they act out until you say enough is enough, right? So sometimes you do still have to clean that up a little bit. You know, they do things to maybe hurt your feelings or to insult you, or they try to trigger you so that you react impulsively and that they're not the bad person. Not that it's even bad. You can just say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, or I found another job, or I'm moving away and I don't want to be friends, or this friendship isn't working, you know, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But people don't always handle it well, right? So it's not always adversarial, like coming at you hard. Sometimes it's just little pokey things that people do, you know. Like I used to know this one guy, you know, it was a little bit funny, but it was also not funny. He would do this thing where, you know, he'd be talking like with a small group of friends and he'd go, you know, that person, da 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 da, you know, I don't know, think of something like, you know, he's shooting heroin under the bridge and da 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 da. And then he'd look at somebody and go, no offense. And the person's not shooting heroin or hanging out under the bridge, but it's just a little cut to knock the person down to make them not feel like their feet are under them, so to speak. And, you know, at first you go, oh, that's kind of funny. And then you realize, no, he's doing that to knock everybody's feet out from under him. And so, you know, people take little cuts all the time. You know, not everybody, but it's a thing. And so, even if you're not picking up on it, your body is picking up on it. And so sometimes you leave a situation and you go, something just didn't feel right there. Like your mind might not have gotten it, but your body was like, oh yeah, that person, yeah, they have it out for you a little bit, you know? And a lot of times it has to do with the person either not getting their way or perceiving you as a potential rival. And the rival is, not that you're being competitive, but you know, like for example, there might be a person who likes to be the one that influences everybody, wants everybody to think their way or to ask them their advice all the time. And if you're not asking them their advice, then you must be a rival. Or maybe you have an experience in a certain area, so then they're like, they got to knock you down a little bit Sometimes the bad mouthing might be to your face. Sometimes it might be behind the scenes, behind your back, and might not ever be directly towards you, but your body still picks it up. You know, it'll always feel a little bit off or a little bit confusing when you're interacting with the person. And so, yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and ask some questions about this. I especially in this time, it's a very polarized time. And I think that it's an important skill set to have this little piece here.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey there, thanks.
Hey.
This last piece you were talking about makes me think of someone who is feeling very attacked by her former boss, doing it through a third person.
Mhm.
But what occurs to me is that as you go through this process, I imagine what you hold in your heart or in your thoughts is important. And I wondered if you would speak to that. Or
Yeah.
maybe it's not, but
Yeah, it can be. The thing about holding it in the heart, like it can break down like some of the reactiveness, but depends on how strong their thoughts are. That sometimes it's also the forehead backhead, like breaking down the actual thoughts that are being projected at you. Because like anytime the emotion is strong and anytime the thoughts are repetitive, like somebody's just grinding on you, they're trying to undo like maybe the circle of people that you have around you, but they're also grinding on you to like break you down. And you
Yeah,
might not always be aware of it. Like the forehead and backhead are going to be what actually breaks that down. The heart can transmute some of that, but it's more of it can transmute some of it, don't get me wrong, but it's more like in the early stages. Like when you get into the later stages, like here we're dealing with the after effect. Like if somebody walked up to you and went, you know, Barbara, da 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 da, and just started like, you know, spewing garbage, right? Your ability to hold something in the heart and the back heart is going to transmute it. It's going to bounce it back to them. It's going to diminish it. It's going to make them less negative. And some of it is going to get discharged down into the earth. But then a week goes by, 2 weeks goes by, or it's been going on for a year.
yeah,
Pulls
the
it
horse
into
is in
your-
the next county. It's way out of the barn.
Yeah. So like that is going to deal with it like when it's happening or shortly afterwards, but like that long-term effect, that's when the forehead and the backhead have to get involved because it's been too much for too long.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
it does.
Yeah. But like if you're in the middle of it and somebody is going, you know, and they just start spewing, the best that you can, if you hold it in the heart, you'll notice the wind will fall out of their sails. Like they'll be going, and they'll say something still a little bit obnoxious, like, oh, you just won't listen. Yeah, I'm not going to listen. You're right. You're trying to hurt me. Of course, I'm not going to listen. You know what I mean? But if it's been going on for a while, it's past the point of transmuting it that way. You actually have to literally like go and start breaking things down.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like it's still going on for her and involving like backdoor through a third person and
Yeah.
legal stuff, and it's
Yeah.
big.
Like
Okay, thank you.
you know, one time I was in this business situation, I was brought in to consult, and I don't know, you know, in those situations, this is many years ago, you know, a lot of times I wouldn't even have an agenda. Like I would, you know, question some of the staff, but I wasn't like, so tell me what's going on. I would just like, hey, tell me what you do. Tell me what's going on in your life. Tell me how you like the job. Like something that's really non-specific and just really super soft, like open-ended. Like, don't tell me what's going on with the company or whatever. Just tell me what's like, where are you at? How do you like this job? How, whatever. And there would always be the theme of like, not always, but there's one person who's going around and saying a bunch of stuff about the company or whatever. And I was like, yeah, it's almost like a low grade kind of coup that's happening. Like they're trying to undo the boss. They're trying to undo one of the employees that's doing really well, or they don't like the direction of the company or whatever. And so they start saying things to different people, and you can almost like follow it back to one person, and not even having the agenda, just letting people share. You can almost like just kind of watch it go all the way back. And then I would go back to the person. I was like, the problem is that person. Like this one person is actively trying to be at odds with what you're doing because they don't agree, or sabotage, or they want to be in your position, whatever it might be. They want to take over. And so yeah, you just kind of look for those signs, and you can almost tell when somebody's up to something. Yeah.
Go ahead now, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Back again with more questions.
Yeah. fire away.
Over the last several months, there's been a lot of segments in various classes where you talk about things that impact the gut and unwinding the gut, releasing the soft tissue of the gut, regenerating the gut, re-educating the gut. Are we going to get a class sometime soon about the gut, sort of like the immune system?
Apparently, that's where we're headed. Like, I hadn't really thought about it, but you're right. There has been a lot of stuff about the gut. Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
I think we had one on the books for a little bit later in the year for the respiratory system, but just because of like cold and flu season and everything, really rehabbing that. But
Yes.
I might be able to do both in the same weekend. Maybe we could do one day respiratory and one day gut.
I'll leave you to feel that out.
Yeah. Yeah, but yes, we'll do that. I mean, the gut's really super important. So I mean, yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Hey, Greg. I'm going back to right before lunch, and you may have addressed this, but I fell asleep. That limbic system, the limbic conditioning, I think is what we did right before lunch. Is that correct?
Some limbic function, but also sympathetic system as well.
Okay, whatever we did.
Yeah.
It knocked
some of it is the limbic oils. It's like it's hard with the limbic system because the limbic system can be like mixed into the other components. And so it was part limbic and part sympathetic. Like I didn't go into the big explanation of it, but you're right. Either way you go with that.
Okay, so if it knocked me out the way it did, should I kind of focus on that one thing that I was focusing on for a while to get in there?
The practice itself knocked you out. Like it didn't matter what it was. It doesn't mean you have a deficiency. It literally stimulates the intuitive part of your mind, and it takes a while of doing it for you to really stay like pretty alert while you're doing it. That just takes a lot of practice. Like that's why I said we almost saw Samantha, like she conked out in the middle of that process, or almost did.
And I didn't hear any of that because I was gone.
Yeah, like super normal. Like
okay,
wouldn't read a lot into it. It doesn't mean that your issue is a big deal or the oil was a big deal. It's just as soon as you start mixing the heart, the back heart, and then doing the both at the same time, it starts to get intense. But when you go in a little bit deeper and you're lingering in that spot in between the two, a lot of times that will knock you out. Like it's really like it kind of alters your nervous system quite a bit.
Is that something you do, once a month, or
you can do it several times a week.
Okay, and would you switch up?
I do that sometimes even when I'm teaching. Like I'll put my awareness there when it's really, because it's tied to like a stream of consciousness coming in. And so, you know, sometimes I'm teaching from facts or something, but when it feels like something's coming in, I'll shift my awareness there so that it's not Greg saying it, it's something like coming through. And because I don't want to mess it up. So I just let it kind of flow through. And so after a while, you can start doing it daily. But at first, it might be like do it and then let yourself acclimate, and then do it and then let yourself acclimate. And then after a while, you can do it almost like on demand.
Is changing up the oils a good thing, or?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. Because they all do something a little bit different. It's kind of a good idea to rotate through those oils that are listed. Like, you know, if you don't have all of them, just use the ones that you have. But, you know, like with different kits, like sometimes you get different oils, and, you know, like tobacco is probably one that not a lot of people have. It's been in a kit or two, but
Okay.
I couldn't tell you which kit. Letty probably knows off the top of her head, but it's one that if you have it, you know, pull it out and do something with it. But it's for calming down that tendency of being at odds with the environment. Tobacco works really well. Not smoking tobacco, but like burning it as incense, inhaling it, or using the essential oil topically, or inhaling that. Like in the Native American tradition, we used to, when I had trouble with the medicine man, we'd take these pieces of cloth, and they were, you know, black, red, yellow, white, and then green, blue, and then like a multicolored piece. And you would take a pinch of tobacco and you would put it in, and you would say a prayer as you're holding the tobacco, and you would put it in, and then you'd tie a string around it, and you'd do each one. And so you'd make this like string of prayer ties. And then you would take it into a lodge or whatever. And then when you're done, you would burn them. And the idea was, this is how God hears your prayers, right? And so, you know, at first I thought, well, can I just pray? Why does God have to hear the prayer with the smoke? Like, you know, me being my lower mind, I'm like, yeah, I don't know about the mechanics of this. But as you reflect and you see what the tobacco does and what it does to the heart and how you interact with the environment, it turns you from being at odds with the environment and makes you more harmonious with the environment, and then allows you to offer up a prayer rather than just saying a prayer. Right? Does that make it's splitting hairs, but it's a big hair to split. It's the difference between just saying something and offering it up.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
I couldn't get away without one question, for gosh sakes.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see y'all. This is a simple question, but would you please put your hand on your gut so we can see where we're.
Your gut would be the whole thing below the ribs, all the way down to a little bit below your belly button. So it would be your whole abdominal cavity.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to get like super technical, you could say it's from the mouth to the anus, you know, because you would have your esophagus coming down and then all the way down through elimination.
Question, can we wear the oils prophylactically?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, prophylactically, I would probably use something like hyssop. I would use splendor. I would use mugwort. You could use sage, frankincense. I'd probably use like hyssop. Rue works really good for this. So those are more in the active phases of the psychic attack. This is more about just, Uncle Bob's been grinding on me for a year, like I can't take it anymore. You know, this person at work's grinding on me for a year. So this isn't so much about prevention or in the heat of the moment. This is it's been going on for a while or it's passed, but I'm still feeling that agitated state. And so you could still use these, but the other things that we taught in the psychic self-defense class or psychic protection class, you know, that would apply. Even camphor would be super good for that. But, you know, mugwort's used that way, hyssop's used that way, ruse used that way, camphor, even basil to a certain extent, sages are used that way, frankincense can be used that way. Yeah.
Can we use CRC liniment or Palo Santo liniment over the body in that last step? Or
Yeah.
the last-
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Can you repeat what sage does when applied to the forehead and back head?
I think it's also in your notes. Let me make sure. Yeah, so it reduces, like if you yeah, I actually didn't put that down, did I? It helps in the breaking down of the thoughts or the thought forms. Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll adjust that and put that in. Thank you for catching that. I didn't put that in. But basically it helps to open up the channel, like going back and forth between the forehead and back head, helps you to process it and literally like break it down and chop it down. So going back to the person saying, could you use something prophylactically? Sage is one of the ones that you would use prophylactically, and sage is also something you use after the fact. And so the other thing that's nice about sage is it reduces brain fatigue. And a lot of times when somebody's really been grinding on you, it's fatiguing to the brain. You know, it's a lot of the psychic attack energy hits the basic chakra, which in turn impacts the brain tissue. And so, yeah, calms down the sensory nerves. So, yeah.
So it is both section number 3 and 4 did not include what it's helping with. I know you just addressed the sage.
The Palo Santo is the literal removal of the elementals, and for one, Palo Santo reduces anxiety. It's very purifying. It reduces the limbic responses to when somebody's projecting a bunch of negativity to you, and if there's emotions or elementals that have been projected that have lodged in your body, it helps flush these things out. It's also very cleansing to the tissue, because sometimes what happens is it's working its way to the spinal cord, but didn't get all the way there. And so it gets lodged in your body or in the fascia, in the tissue somewhere. And so the Palo Santo helps to flush that out.
I work in the hospital. How do I use this to release all the tension that's at the hospital?
In the hospital itself, or like because you've been in the hospital?
Hi, Greg. It's Loosely.
Hey, Lisa.
I'm back at the hospital.
Mhm.
And when I went back to the hospital, it doesn't feel the same. There's something about it that feels real different. Something about like even the people don't look the same. And it's like, I don't want to, sometimes I get sensitive and I start absorbing, and I don't want to absorb. So I'm trying to find a way to stay grounded so that I can go in, do what I need to do, and leave and not be affected by it.
Okay, so I do a couple of things. Are you able to wear things like wear a little bit of oil when you're in there, or can you have no scent on you whatsoever?
I can wear it.
Okay, wear some hyssop on your wrists, like, a few drops or like a roller ball, and just, maybe a couple of times a day. You can also inhale it, like, keep it in your pocket, and just when you've interacted with somebody where it's like, just step away and inhale. You can do that multiple times. I mean, you can do it as much as you need to throughout the day. And then a little bit of Palo Santo taken internally would flush things out of your system, but staying grounded, I would also look at You could wear a little bit of vetiver on the arms and legs, but I'd also maybe take a couple of drops of vetiver internally. It's very calming, it's very soothing, it's incredibly grounding. It's one of the best oils for grounding. You know, like think of vetiver as it brings things from the ethers down into your body or into your feet, you know, and so taking it internally or wearing it on the arms and legs will keep you present, not as reactive, and keep your feet under you, you could say.
Okay, and I also noticed that I get tired fast. So I'm trying to.
That's probably a little bit of contamination. Like I would say that's probably back to the hyssop.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also wanted to let you know that
It's the tendency with healthcare providers is you get a lot of cords to the spleen. You know, you're basically walking around like an energizer, you know, energizer battery. And, you know, it's not that people are being malicious, but you're surrounded by sick bodies that are reaching out for energy sources. And so it's very common with doctors and nurses to get a lot of cords to the spleen. And so you can inhale rue just by itself or inhale rue with your awareness on the spleen itself, and it will flush out the cords.
okay. All right, I'm gonna try that. I also wanted to let you know that there was other classes that we took, and I remember using abramelin, right? And you said we can use it, and we were doing the materialization breath and everything. So a lot of blessings have been coming in for me. I actually got a better offer at another hospital that just does surgery. They don't take care of people.
Yeah.
Also, I went and got my aura picture checked. And and you know how we do the materialization breath and we blow up to create the thought forms, right?
Right.
In the picture, I saw a bunch of white, looked like white thought forms. And the lady was telling me that I was overthinking. But when I looked at it, I said, I don't think it was overthinking. I think it was I kept doing the materialization breath, and those were actually the thought forms. That's what I got from it when I looked at it.
Because I would agree with you that's not normal. Like that's not a normal thing. And so when they see it, a lot of times they don't know what that is. You know, like somebody was talking about like I don't know, a while back that they were seeing their natural path. And they were working with the brain oils, and the naturopath said something to the effect of like, boy, there's things going on in your body that are not like normal. And, you know, things are in motion, and they were like, we can't stop it. But it wasn't like, I asked them, like, was it a good thing or a bad thing? And they go, they had no reference. And you're stimulating things that people don't usually have a reference for. And so they'll say this might be good or bad, but they don't have a reference. So they make the observation, but they don't know what it is. And so, yeah, like things might show up in the photography where they see something or like the scan, but that's not normal for most people. And so, you know, that it's white is, you know, that's not like a lot of times negative thinking wouldn't show up as white, you know, it would show up as like some other color or like a darker or heavy color, you know, because a lot of times repetitive thinking or overthinking, it's you know, you're grinding on something. White is not the color of grinding, you know what I mean?
And there's a friend of mine that buys your oils. She hasn't taken your classes, but she purchased a lot of oils. So she too was doing the materialization breath, and she went another day to do her picture. She had the same clouds.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
So yeah.
I can totally see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
How funny.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I'm glad your friend's enjoying too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Glad you got a job that you like.
Yeah, me too. I was afraid to go back to the hospital, but I went back. God helped me. I went back, and I just had faith for whatever the case may be. I was like, you know what? Go for it. But
Yeah, there you go.
I kept working the materialization breath, and I kept repeating, I'm open for miracles in my life today. I'm open for a miracle in my life today. And every day I repeat it, and every day I see little miracles here and there. Like here and there, I get to see the big ones, little ones. Every day there's something amazing that I get to see. So I'm grateful for. And I even went to a powwow not too long ago, and there was a dragonfly. I was sitting under an apple tree. I didn't even know. And there was a dragonfly there, and the dragonfly just kept it, for some reason it sat right there, and everyone passed by and it wouldn't move. So I got up and I looked at it. It looked kind of creepy, but I touched the wing and it didn't move.
Oh, wow.
Like it was pretty interesting how that went. Don't ask me why I touched it. I just
Wow.
felt compelled to. And
Does that have meaning in your circle or your
I have Native American in my blood. I never was raised with the culture, but I know dragonflies, sometimes they can either give you a warning or either they can give you a message something good is coming. It depends.
right?
It depends, because
Oh.
I've seen it where I've seen it before, and it was like a warning to something that was gonna come, and it happened. But then I've seen it other times too. It's almost like butterflies. I see a lot of butterflies,
Right.
but to me, I look at it as transformation. I look at it as a transformation that's taking place. So that's how I see it. Like the animals, I just see things a little bit different. I just observe it and leave it at that.
In certain tribes and certain traditions, Native American, you'll see and it's like it looks like a double cross. And it could be just the traditional double cross, but if you ask the indigenous people, they'll say it represents the dragonfly. And some of these traditions, they'll say that when times were different, 100, 200 years ago, that like when they were traveling and going places, they didn't always know where water was. And so if they followed the dragonfly, it would lead them to water. And for the Plains Indians, it would also lead them to the buffalo. And the buffalo was the symbol for providence or divine love, it's providence, it's food, it's shelter, it's, they use the skins for so many things. So the dragonfly was always used as a symbol for providence, like, or that would lead you to providence. So,
Yeah. I even
I
remember the story of the white buffalo calf woman.
right.
Yeah, I thought that was a really interesting.
Yeah.
It was a really cool story. Yeah.
Cool.
I still have a lot to learn. One question I've always wanted to ask, but I didn't want to sound silly for asking. How would someone know if they have fire palms?
Have what?
Fire palms.
Fire palms, like just like a lot of energy running through the palms? Is that what you mean, or?
Yeah, because sometimes I start reading like different books, and it like in palmistry they talk about the shape of the hand. So when I look at the shape of my hand, it describes like a fire palm, but then I have a lot of heat sometimes that runs out of my hand. Like they get really, really hot.
I mean, I would use that as just the symbolism, as about the reading the palm. That's not my area. I've had mine read, but I don't really know a whole lot about it other than just the little bits that I've read. But I mean, I would think fire palm is similar to like in qigong practices, like the ability to run energy or discharge energy. Anybody has the potential, but sometimes people have a lot of natural ability. And given that you're already in the healing arts or the healing field, it would go hand in hand that you have some ability in that area. And so, especially when there's times of like devotion or when somebody's really in need, sometimes the energy just starts flowing through. You would literally feel your hands heat up, or you feel something coming out of your hands, especially when like working with somebody who's in need. And so the same idea that I was talking about with the cords to the spleen, people are needing energy, but also sometimes what happens is as the nurse or the doctor or whoever is working with somebody, there's also a transference of energy also because they need the energy. And so it can be done with laying of hands or just an emanating of the energy. And so I would say that you probably do have it to some degree, yeah. If you wanted to enhance it, like in a particular situation, I mean, you could sit and just close your eyes and pray or chant a little mantra or, visualize, the person getting better or surrounded in light, some version of that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But I would say that you probably have that ability. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hi, Zuni legend is when a dragonfly lands in your tent, it's like you won the lottery.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, and so this morning when I was pulling into this huge parking lot, nothing green around, of course, a dragonfly flew and hovered at my windshield and said, "Good morning." So that made me happy.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
And then in the chat, someone's asking, when applying the body tonic all over the body, does that mean all over arms and legs as well as torso?
Yes. Yeah, good question. I mean, you don't need to really do like the face or the head, but like I do the neck, I do the arms, the legs, the torso, the butt, the feet, all of that.
Someone also suggesting, I'd love a one-day class on fatigue.
Okay.
I am so sorry. I don't know what part you were at when you were talking about this. Someone's asking, does it work the same if a person tends to grind on themselves? I think it's the same idea of like the.
Yeah. I'm thinking of like how to answer this. That's why I'm like pausing. Sometimes the grinding depends on if it's not even if the person, it can be that the person in this area could be a little bit more extroverted or introverted. And if they're a little bit more in this particular area, like they could be an introverted, but still have an extrovert components to them, because we're always both. We're not one or the other. Sometimes we're excessively more than one than the other, but so sometimes it's grinding on others and sometimes it's self-dialogue, like you're grinding on yourself. And I don't know where we're talking about it, what you're referencing, but kind of just about anything that we've talked about today. The first part with the nervous tension would help with that, but also the effects of psychic attack. The issue can be that sometimes when somebody's really been grinding on you, sometimes the byproduct is they kind of grind on you for a little bit so that when you go away, you continue their work even after you have physically separated, and so sometimes we continue to grind on ourselves that maybe, a friend or a family member or somebody has put in motion, a boss, and we just continue with it after a while. And so, that's the thing with like the heart and the forehead and the back head. The more that these become activated, the more you can kind of say like, that doesn't really feel that true. I'm not going to let that sink into my bones. Like, I'm not going to let that get to my spinal cord. Like, I'm not going to allow that in, so to speak. But for a while, kind of everything comes in. Like, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, either everything comes in or very little comes in. But at some point you just go, yes, no, yes, no, 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 yes. It becomes like, you could call it like almost like a form of discernment. And it doesn't mean like I'm not letting in things that are bad. Like sometimes you realize something about yourself, like, yeah, it's being a little bit of a jerk there. Like maybe I need to temper that a little bit. Like maybe I need to address something in myself, right? And so that could still be a yes. And then somebody maybe comes up and tells you a lot of something that's very, very flattering, but they're doing it to kind of manipulate you. And they give you like a tons of compliments and you just go, they don't know me well enough to like give me all those compliments. So it's very kind, right? But at the same time, don't go patting myself on the back too much because, you know, they don't know me well enough to know those things about me or whatever. You know what I mean? So like things either feel true or they don't, right? And so, yeah. I mean, I think that kind of.
I think that was nailed it.
Yeah.
Someone saying, I've been having intense itching on my palms lately.
Itching a lot of times, like if you use lavender on that, lavender or a little bit of chamomile, the like Roman chamomile, that can knock that out. Itching just directly on the palms. Are the palms like extra sweaty? Like the palms, the armpits, the soles of the feet?
Sometimes.
Yeah. I would say a couple things about this. So putting lavender on it, because what's the name of that? It's like pruritus, something like that. Basically, you just get a little itchy, right? So a lot of times lavender calms that down. It's a byproduct of some nervous tension. So if the palms are getting sweaty, like the palms, the soles of the feet, the forehead, or the abdomen, especially like it's not necessarily hot, but you kind of break into a little bit of the sweat, there's starting to be a little bit of an imbalance in the autonomic nervous system. And so use things like anise or tarragon or yuzu to balance out the nervous system. And I would probably take a couple drops internally. Like inhaling it's good, but a couple drops internally will do it much faster. And then either cypress a little bit internally or a bunch topically will calm down the sweating, like the palms and the armpits. Sage could also potentially do it, but between the two, either cypress or sage, it should eradicate that. I mean, it doesn't always work, but most times it does.
They said, yeah, because it's been unusually hot in California lately.
I mean, if it's heat, like if it's heat related and you're sweating, that's kind of par for the course. Like, you know, I wouldn't read a lot into that. The itchy part, I'd still treat it with the lavender, but I'd still maybe do the anise or tarragon or yuzu internally just to balance out the nervous system, because excessive heat or cold can throw off the nervous system as well. And so I would put that in the mix, but if you're sweating because of heat, the sage and the cypress really aren't going to reduce that a whole lot. It's more like abnormal sweating. And if you're in heat and you're not sweating, that's actually a much bigger issue. Like that is, then the body starts getting toxic. And so you actually, if you're in heat, you actually want to have a little bit of perspiration. So, yeah.
They're just being funny, but shoot, I was hoping money was coming my way.
And I meant like I'm scanning money is coming your way. I don't want to shoot down that thought form for you.
If there is no sweating, might it be expelling?
Wait, okay, so if there's no sweating,
And I think they're referring to
like
this is a
the
different
itching?
person.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
It's possible, but sometimes the body will just start itching because of a nervous tension. I mean, if there's no sweating and there is a little bit of some expelling, you know, again, going back to Palo Santo, a lot of times if if it feels a little bit like psychological in nature, I like to use helichrysum because helichrysum is very good for helping to release like trauma and things like this. But remember that if it's something coming from deep, that it's coming out of the spinal cord, and the helichrysum helps to reduce the tension in the spinal cord. And sometimes it's coming out, but it's just not coming out easily. And so the tension is actually in the spinal cord itself. And so by going through and relaxing the spinal cord allows it just to kind of flow out really easily. Helichrysum does that really well, and so does poplar balsam.
Mm. There's, could you speak about how to use pulmonary stress support and sleep support? And just as a reminder, guys, if you have a private question, go ahead and just send it over to Samantha Durfee. I'll see those. I don't see them if they go over to Greg usually.
So the thing with the pulmonary stress support, so this is to reduce like tension in the respiratory tract due to strained breathing, inflammation, contracture in the smooth muscle of the respiratory tract, allergies, things of this nature. So just by inhaling it, a lot of times we'll start to reduce the stress specifically in the respiratory tract, right? And so a lot of times that will unwind the breathing. This could be actually even post-COVID or like post-allergic reaction or just allergies, asthma, things like that. And it can also reduce like tension in the jaws, tension like that's associated with headaches. It's a way to deepen the breath. You could also follow the sinus pattern, right? The sinus pattern. And so, yeah. And then the sleep support, again, you can inhale it, you can rub it on the abdomen, you can rub it on the feet, rub it on the wrists, and I'll have to look up the sleep class. Letty, do you remember the pattern for the first part of the sleep class with the sleep support? I'd have to look it up. She'll post the pattern for you if you want to do that. You could dab it on those chakras, or you could inhale it on those chakras as well.
She'll check and she'll post it.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back at in 15 minutes at 25 after, and we'll do some more. We'll do some more strategies and do more Q&A. Hey. So before we jump into the next one, is there still any questions that popped up over the break or anything like that?
You can unmute yourself. You can type into the chat. Or any I might have forgotten.
Okay, I think we're good. All right, so let's get down to something important. Strategies for the feet. It's a little bit of a joke, but it's also not a joke. I mean, the feet sometimes can be a reflection of other things going on with the body. And a lot of times, if the feet are tired and achy, it also can impact how you feel in other parts of your body. And also, like even when we look at the immune system, if the feet get excessively cold or excessively sweaty, it also throws off like neurotransmitter activity in the body. And so feet health is actually kind of important. And so I joke about it, but I don't. but you know, relaxing the feet can actually relax the whole body. And, you know, going into the idea of reflexology, you know, treating the ears, the hands, the feet, a lot of times will impact the corresponding areas in the body. And so feet health is actually very important. And well, so with this, I like to do a couple like layers. And one is right off the bat is I like to put on lovage on the feet. And the reason why I like to use lovage is the feet are really prone to accumulations of fluid and just like heavier materials like lactic acid, uric acid, you know, crystalline deposits that start to form in the joints. You get some spurring that can happen in the joints or on the heel itself. And so there is the potential for the feet to be a little bit achy and then eventually sore. And so the thing with lovage is it is one of the best detoxifiers of tissue. Now, I'm not saying necessarily of the blood or of the kidneys, I'm just talking about the tissue. And so like lovage is something that we use quite substantially in the Arthrocare blend, for example, which is tied to arthritis where there's deposits in the joints. And so we're kind of aware that like, okay, lovage and things like juniper and parsley are all very good for helping to remove the deposits in joints, but there can be deposits in tissues. And a lot of times, like in areas where, like say you have a back issue, you know, there's poor lymphatic movement, there's a little bit of ache or a strain of some sort or a sprain. Part of what's happening there is there's inflammatory materials like particles that are in there that kind of land wherever they land and then actually cause a little bit of achiness, soreness, or they inhibit the muscle's ability to contract and relax. And so without that movement, you also are not getting quite the blood flow or blood movement, lymphatic movement. And so going through and detoxifying usually improves circulation, and it stimulates lymphatic function, and also the lovage has a bit of an antispasmodic effect. Not quite like marjoram, but it is a bit antispasmodic, right? Deposits can land in the joints, but part of where they can also land is like in the heels, like in the feet. You can have an accumulation of like crystalline deposits, uric acid and things. And eventually like little sharp pieces start to form on the heel and could cause some spurring. And then deposits can also like happen in where like a tendon and sheath, you know, the tendon is sliding in and out of the sheath. And what happens is if there starts to be a deposit, every time you kind of move that muscle or that tendon and sheath, there's just some low-grade irritation that then eventually turns into tendonitis. And so tendonitis can be a form of something that happens here. And then on top of all of that, lovage is also somewhat detoxifying to the skin. And usually the feet of the skin is usually, like if you were to go through and check somebody's whole body, the feet, the skin of the feet is usually the worst spot on their body. So by going through and rubbing the lovage leaf on the feet, it helps to detoxify. And I noticed that when I go through and treat the feet, my mind clears up. I feel a little bit lighter, and I have, this sounds really weird, but I have a little bit of, my mood elevates a little bit. And if the feet are toxic, it actually can affect the quality of blood. It can affect lymphatic detoxification. It can, you know, can affect a lot of things that don't seem to correlate. Right. So the thing that I like to do right off the bat is to rub the lovage on, and you can do that multiple times a day or just put it on, let it dry, put it on again. And here, you know, I'm talking about using it with a body tonic, but sometimes I just even put it on neat. Like I'll take several drops, put it in my hand, and then just rub it on my feet that way, especially problem spots. Like when my back is really feeling kind of funky, I take it just neat and I rub it into the spot, and I just keep rubbing it until it dissipates. And the nature of the lovage leaf, it's kind of thick anyway. It's a little bit, it has like a little bit of a greasy feel, so you can get in and really rub for like a long time with the lovage leaf. The lovage leaf, when it's in a body tonic, you know, I put MSM in it, which is also detoxifying. So the combination of the lovage leaf with the MSM helps to really detoxify the tissue. It dries up really quick. It doesn't have any like greasy after effect. And then one of the things that is used specifically for the feet. Sometimes you use it up on the chest for respiratory issues, but not very often. There's this oil called Taggets. You know, sometimes they'll call it Taget, but it's Taggets. It's a flower in the marigold family. You know, it's not a marigold itself, but it's in the family of marigolds. And in Europe, especially in England, it is used for a wide range of feet-oriented issues and disorders. And so it's very calming, it's soothing, it's antispasmodic, it increases circulation, but in a way that's very, very cool. It takes achiness out of the feet. It takes actually even some of the pain out of the feet. Like if you have pain with like bunions or something like that, it doesn't really correct the bunions, but it takes the pain out and some of the inflammation. And so it's also used in the treatment of calluses and corns and things like that, where the nerve can be a little bit deadened in the area or a little bit numb. And so like if you have a really bad bunion on an area or corn, like you can scrape it like even with something sharp and you won't feel it because the nerve is relatively, it's not that it's dead, it's just numb. And so it helps to soften that area up and helps to nourish the nerves in that area to help it to function better. And so, you know, any time you take the tension out of the feet, you'll start to notice it even in the lower leg. Like if there's tension in the feet, it happens in the deep muscle of the calf. And you know, then it starts to affect the knees, and it will just keep traveling up until it eventually hits the low back. There's certain issues that are in the back that actually come from the area just above the Achilles tendon. And so, you know, it's usually being triggered by something going on with the feet that then throw that into a contracture, and then it just follows up the leg and hits the SI joint. And so something like this done, it doesn't even have to be on a regular basis. It could be once or twice a week, and it's just, it is so flippin' nice. It just feels so good. So I have some people who either do massage or reflexology. We have them do kind of a version of this. You know, also make a blend that has Taggets in it as well. A lot of times they'll use that, but you know, used on a regular basis, you'll notice that your feet aren't as achy. You can stand on your feet for longer periods of time. Part of what happens sometimes when your feet, you have a hard time standing on your feet, is you start compensating, start going on the one leg versus standing on both legs, and it can throw your hip off, it can throw your back off. You know, it starts to cause a chain reaction as well. And if you're in a situation where you're having to stand for long periods of time, this is an issue at some point. And here is another one that Robert pointed out that I put ES cream. You could do it in an ointment. ES cream is just Epsom salt cream. You know, it has a cleansing effect, and it's very calming and soothing to the muscle, helps relax the muscle as well. It doesn't have to be in the ES cream. It's just what my notes are. And so The Taget's does have a little bit of an impact on fungal infections. The issue is like things like athlete's foot or something like that. Tea tree works way better than Taget's. So like if you actually have athlete's foot, or like say you're at the gym and you stepped on somewhere where you think that might be the case, just put tea tree on the feet neat, and it will knock it out usually quickly, more quickly than something you can buy over the counter. You know, there is that fungus that will affect the toenails. And usually something that has a lot of menthol in it, like corn mint, peppermint, that can be helpful. But things that are really like super antifungal, you could soak your feet in like a little tub of water with tea tree, and that might help. But a lot of times, even like I had one client who had one of the toenails had gone bad, and they started going to get like a pedicure, you know, and like when they do a pedicure, they have you soak your feet in water, and they put like an antifungal thing in the water that turns it colors. And the person said that wiped out the toenail fungus. And so, you know, they're just doing it to make sure that it doesn't transfer from one person to another, and that knocked it out. And so soaking in tea tree potentially could do it. The thing is if you just put the oil on there, it needs to linger for a while. Like it can't just be like a topical, let it dry and it's done. So when you put it on, like it needs to be with like a little bit of massage oil or like a little jojoba or something, or you soak it for like 10 minutes or so with a bunch of tea tree in it. The Taget's, you could put 10-12 drops and like a little foot tub and soak your feet that way. That would be super nice. You could do that with spikenard as well. I didn't include it in this, but soaking your feet is always nice, and it's a way to rapidly clean the energy body. And so, you know, yeah, anyway. Now, the liver protocol, we're going to just talk about how to rapidly, or how to do a detox on the liver. Actually, does anybody have any questions about the feet thing?
I'll let you guys unmute, and then I will address your questions here in chat as well. But if you want to unmute yourself, feel free.
Hey, hey, this is Tracy. You know, a while back I told you I had this weird thing where my one end of one finger got really raw. Well, it kind of feels like it's happening with a couple of my toes, especially the big toes. And you know, my mom had neuropathy, so I worry about that, but I'm not in pain. It's just they're a little numb, and I can tell that they're a little tender, like almost raw feeling. And I was just
Is the
wondering.
skin changed, or you just feel that they're raw?
I can't really feel a change in the skin, but it feels, I can't feel it to the touch, but like when I think about it, it feels raw. And it almost seems like they're a little purple sometimes. Not bad.
Yeah, like poor circulation. Do they get cold?
A little bit, yeah. My feet are colder than normal.
Are you retaining fluid at all?
Oh yeah, ever since COVID, the second
Yeah,
time.
COVID. Yeah. Like I'm like, yeah. Like, yeah, that is one of the byproducts. Not for everybody, but it is one of the things that can happen. I would probably chalk it up to that. You know, it's like it turns into poor circulation, you know, with fluid retention. Blood's not getting to and from the area. And, you know, even like with this, with the feet thing, Like I actually kind of contemplated, like I could make this a lot more like involved, but I just thought, let's make it a simple little protocol. But one of the things that you could do is a couple of things, because fluid retention is a very real thing, and it can happen at any time. I mean, one of the worst cases I treated some fluid retention in the legs was an athlete that was in high school. Like, it wasn't age related. I mean, it can happen anywhere, anytime. And the issue was that the skin was really congested. The person would do sports and would never sweat. And so it just actually didn't allow for the body to detoxify. And so the fluid ended up like staying in the legs and then eventually down in the lower legs. And so, like, if it's hot, do you sweat? Are you aware?
I sweat now. There was a time where I didn't, and I got heat exhaustion. Like,
So if like when you're in heat, there should be some level of perspiration. Like when you're in hot, like muggy weather, like you should.
now I do. Now I do.
Okay. So like if anybody ever has something where they're not really that sweaty or they don't sweat or something like that, that is congested skin. And the treatment for that is helichrysum, like helichrysum on the wrist. But a lot of times I have them take a bath or do a body tonic with helichrysum. And it's usually only a couple of applications and it will change it dramatically, right? And so that's one thing, like that could be a thing in play. But I would do a little bit of a diuretic internally, which your choices would be sandalwood, lovage, parsley, celery, juniper. Juniper could be really good. And when you're doing that, you also have to increase a little bit of water intake, because you are going to be flushing some things out. If that's not helping, like if that's not making you pee more, sometimes it's not so much that you need a diuretic, but your body's not like transmuting the water to like be something usable, that you need Shazandra. Like if you're taking a diuretic and you're still not peeing more, then there's something where the body's still throwing the water off into the tissue, and Shazandra actually usually resolves that. And so Shazandra would also improve sleep.
Shazandra, like once a day, could I take it more often than that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you could take bigger dosages. Like if you're taking 2 drops, I mean, like usually when I take it, I'm not saying do what I do, but I take 6 or 8 drops.
Oh, okay.
I take a pretty big
wasn't
dosage. Yeah.
thinking all of that. So
Yeah. And so Shazandra is one of those ones where in Chinese medicine, they're not doing it with oils, they're doing it with herbs, but they'll have people take up to 10 grams at a time, which is 10,000 milligrams a day. I mean, that is a lot of Shazandra. I tried to do it one time. They do it for like a spring cleanse, and I think I could only get up to like maybe 4,000 milligrams. And I mean, I don't know how they were doing it, because I mean, it just makes the body like you're detoxing the mucous membranes. And I was just like, I felt like trucks were driving out of my skin, like big things were just coming out of me. Like, and I was like, that's a little much. Like 6-8 drops is very doable, but like more than that, it's just a little hard on the body, I found.
taking this 6 to 8 drops at a time, like once a day.
You could do it throughout the day, but when I do it all at once.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you should do it. I'm just saying it's safe enough to do. Yeah, and then I would apply something like cedar. Cedar is the most practical thing. Sandalwood and mastic are also lymphatic and venous decongestants. They decongest the veins. But I like to do cedar just because it's very inexpensive You can go heavy on it, you can use it a bunch, and it just makes the body feel good. But basically you want to move the blood up from the lower legs and the limbs. And so cedar is a very good venous tonic, and it's super inexpensive.
So put it in some alcohol base or.
Yeah, alcohol or witch hazel or something. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And so I'd go crazy with it. I'd start from the feet and go all the way up into the hips. And a lot of times I rub it on the lower abdomen and the low back and call it good. And sometimes I'll even do it 2 or 3 times in a day. Sometimes what I do is, it's not like throughout the day. I'll just, like at the end of the day, I'll put some on, and then an hour will go by, I'll put some more on. And then right before I go to bed, I'll put some more on. And it's just, it feels so soothing and relaxing to the legs. And it does move the blood back up to the heart, and it helps with lymphatic movement.
Would it be helpful to do that and then put your legs up the wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, if you wanted, like sandalwood internally also would work as a venous decongestant, but there's also that herb, gotu-kola.
Okay.
Gotu-kola is also a very strong venous tonic, to the point where it actually improves brain function. Because if the blood is stagnating in your limbs, especially in your lower limbs, it eventually will affect the brain. And so, the thing with the feet health and the leg health is you're not just helping your feet and your legs, you're also helping brain function.
Great. Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of times things that are good for the feet also eventually turn out to be good for mental function, cognitive function. Just physiologically speaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't know my brain was in my feet, but.
Yeah, I know, huh? Yeah. I mean, like sometimes when you look at like brain chemistry issues, as weird as this sounds, sometimes it's the feet, and sometimes it's the digestive tract, and sometimes it's the skin. It throws the chemistry.
My mom to a T, all those things.
Yeah.
She had Alzheimer's, so.
Yeah, it throws the chemistry off.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we think of things as being symptom oriented, we see everything as being separate. When we start to see it as systems, it starts to be a little bit more like of the whole, right? And if you step back and you look at like body, mind, emotion, spirit, it's like this big organism, and you start doing things and it affects things that don't even seem to cause, have a cause and effect. It's just we don't know what they are. A perfect example is when there's dysfunctions in the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, there's a bunch of random symptoms that do not seem to correlate. But the bottom line is they're all tied to the parasympathetic nervous system not functioning well. And you can treat them all you want individually. It takes somebody to go, this is a parasympathetic issue and you need to address it before the situation starts getting better. And so, it's looking at the body as a whole rather than these individual pieces.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I know we all do, but it's just like pointing out, like sometimes in certain approaches, like when you're addressing something, like you can go, oh, if I treat this, it makes this symptom get better, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I think that is really good and solid. But then there's the approach of sometimes when things aren't necessarily getting better, or there just seems to be things that are just multiple things going on. You just start going through the body and just start improving function and correcting issues, regardless if it contributes to the problem that has been presented or not, because you never know how much it contributes to it. So you just start going, okay, let's just start correcting things. And sometimes that's what the body needs. So that's even the idea of cure-alls, is to start just addressing some of these issues that don't seem like they correlate, but on some level they do. right? And so the feet can get thrown into that quite often. Like you just don't ever think about like, oh, the feet is why I feel a little cranky today, or the skin is why I feel a little cranky today. And every time I've gone through and done some like sort of like detox on the skin, I always come away going, I feel way better, like mentally and emotionally. Like I feel like lighter, or like my brain's working faster or something. And it's just toxicity. That's all it is.
So can I put the parsley in one of those a tonic too? Or
Yeah,
is it
sure.
better for
Parsley's incredibly good for your skin.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. Parsley is I mean, I always liked parsley. I always thought it was good, but as time goes by and the more that we play with it around here, the more I'm just like, parsley is amazing. Like it really is quite something.
And we always thought it was just a garnish.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was little, my grandma used to put it in macaroni and cheese, and I was like, why'd you do that to macaroni and cheese? Right. But as I get older, I was like, it's in macaroni and cheese. Like, you know, it's, you know, it's a little bit of a flavoring, but when you look at it therapeutically, you know, hair, skin, scalp, kidney function. I have a little story, you know, like about every, I don't know, 4 or 5 months or so, I'll go to the doctor and just like, you know, kind of like Rocky in the corner, like, okay, like keep me going, keep, you know, I just like, you know, I pay for like tests that like, you know, the doctor doesn't think I need, but I was just like, I want to know baselines, I want to know this, I want to know that. And so I just go in from time to time and have stuff done. And so one of the times I went in, I was like, I want to go deep on my kidneys. And he was like, oh, okay. Like, you know, like, are you having issues? I was like, no, I just, you know, let's do like, you know, blood tests and whatever kind of tests we need to do and everything. And I had been doing a lot of work with parsley. And so, you know, I had like a liver panel done, and, you know, some x-rays, and, you know, just to see where the joints are at. And, you know, I got a bunch of old injuries. I just want to know where things are at. And so when we got to the kidneys, he goes, your kidneys are working really good. And I was like, oh, good. And he goes, no, really, they're working really good. And I was like, oh, good. How about the liver? He goes, but your kidneys are working like really, really well. And I was like, okay. And he goes, no, for your age, they're working really, really good. He goes, what are you doing? And he goes, you drink a lot of water? And I was like, not really. Like, you know, I drink water, I drink other things. Like, you know, I take in a lot of fluid, but I mean, you know. And he's like, your kidneys are working really good. Like he whatever the test said, like he was really amazed. Well, I had just done like, I think a 60-day thing with parsley. And so he was really amazed with my kidneys. But like after we left, I was like, I think he's more amazed with the parsley than he is with my kidneys. He just doesn't know to say that parsley is amazing. You know, because I mean, I was using it daily there for a while. To, you know, to detox the skin and everything, but I was taking a little bit internally, and I was rubbing it over the kidney area, and you know, I was just doing some kidney treatments and skin treatments, and you know, it has a big impact on both. So
Thank you.
yeah.
So you had said we could soak the feet when we were talking about the taggets. How
Mhm.
about for the lovage? Would that be a treatment? one
Yeah.
as
Oh,
well?
sure. Yeah. Yeah, you could do it with either of those. You could actually even do cedar as like a lymphatic tonic, or a venous tonic. But I like the idea of lovage just because it's so detoxifying to the tissue. And I mean, areas that we have degeneration or an injury, or, you know, a back issue or a hip or something, lovage is always good, but especially for the feet. Like the feet can really use detoxifying work. You know, one of the things that we've been like experimenting here is like You know how like you would take like a mask and put it on your face to detoxify the face? We're doing versions of that where we're taking a mask that has like a lot of charcoal in it, which is also detoxifying, but we're doing it on the feet. Like, you know, we're rubbing it all over the feet, letting it sit for like 15 or 20 minutes and then washing it off. And it feels pretty darn good. And the thing that we're using with the oil is lovage. You know, we tried it with spikenard, we tried it with a couple other things. They all feel good, but the lovage, it's like especially detoxifying.
Will you explain to people what a venous tonic is versus like we talk about, we have body tonics, we have
Oh,
different types.
so a venous tonic is anything that stimulates the veins, like the movement in the veins. So, you know, body tonic is something that we make, but a venous tonic is something that's tonifying to venous function in the body, which is blood returning towards the heart. You know, so like blood going to an area is one thing, and then blood leaving the area and making its way back to the heart is like venous movement or venous flow. And so there's times like when you have like varicose veins and things like that, that is the blood's having a harder time going back to the heart. So you use things that are like venous tonics that help to strengthen the elasticity of the veins and move the blood back to the heart. So yeah. Sorry about that. Like sometimes I get a little carried away with what I'm saying.
Does lovage help get rid of swollen ankles?
It can. Yeah, it totally can. Part of why I like using that on there is it does have a diuretic effect, even just topically. It can help with fluid retention, not necessarily like inflammation, but like fluid retention. It's very good. If you had inflammation, you know, we'd try other things, but one of the things like, you know, say you use something anti-inflammatory like German chamomile or something topically and you reduce some of the inflammation, I still like to go and follow it up with lovage just to help reduce the inflammatory material in that area so that it even continues to feel better and better and gets healthier and healthier circulation going to that area. Yeah. One of the things, like if you want to create a good venous tonic, is even the mixing of a bit of rosemary with the cedar can be very good, because the cedar increases circulation, but it also, cedar is what you would call, or excuse me, rosemary. It's very good for circulation, but it also is what you would call a cephalic, which means it moves blood towards the head, right? And so it helps move the blood up out of the legs and then like towards the heart and even higher. It helps to get oxygen to the brain and to the head area.
And that was rosemary and cedar together?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump down to this question. I'll go back up, guys, but what is a venous tonic oil? So again, I think we need to keep clarifying, like,
Cedar is a venous tonic oil, mastic is a venous tonic oil, sandalwood is very supportive of the veins. Usually my go-to one though is cedar.
can we put the ES cream on up for sale?
Yeah, we'll put it up over the weekend. Yeah.
Is it better to rotate the diuretic oils or pick one or two and stick with them?
I always go pretty heavy on lovage, like when I'm initiating some sort of diuretic oils. A lot of times will start with sandalwood, just because sandalwood is very good for breaking up blockages in the urinary tract and the bladder. And so just in case there's some sort of blockage there, it's very good for any sort of blockage in the pelvic region. And then I followed up with like then parsley or lovage. Definitely rotation is always good. I mean, one that doesn't make the mix a lot, but still works really well is also celery. Celery is very, very good. It's also very detoxifying to the tissue. I used to use celery a lot with athletes to reduce lactic acid in the legs after they would do it like endurance sports. You know, I would do lymphatic stimulants and everything, but I do just a bunch of celery on the whatever they were doing. Like if it was running or something, I would do it on the legs and low back area. It's just very detoxifying as well. You know, it cleans up the blood really, really well. And so like, if you find one that works a little bit better, I'd go with it for a while. Like I'll work parsley for quite a while. I'll work lovage by itself for quite a while. Sometimes I mix them, but a lot of times I just don't buy themselves. But I do like to mix them a lot, you know, and it's things that you wouldn't really think of, like, oh, what would I use celery for? Or what would I use parsley for? And they're great for the skin and they're great for cleaning up tissue.
How many drops of Taget's per ml of carrier oil for an ointment?
About 30 drops. Yeah.
And thank you. I was spelling Venus tonic wrong, so now I will hopefully spell that right from now on. What are the uses of mastic oil?
It can be helpful for veins and venous issues. It can be a lymphatic decongestant, a venous decongestant, also used for digestive issues. And let me see what else I have written there. I don't always remember everything. I have to. Give me just a second here. It can be a prevention for bleeding. It can maintain the integrity of the tissue, like it's stabilizing to the tissue. Like you would see that like when there is a lot of inflammation, a lot of times what will happen is the tissue breaks down or becomes less stable. You know, like inflammation causes the collagen to break down in an area. Mastic would be a bit stabilizing to that. Yeah. Anytime where the veins are like bulging, like varicose vein, and also like hemorrhoids and things like that, mastic can be helpful because it like firms up the tissue, like, you know, it has an astringent effect. Yeah, it's one of the things that we thought about using for some skincare, like stuff for the face to firm up the tissue of the face, but we're still playing with it. Like with that, it needs to be blended with something.
Did those charcoal face masks help with rosacea?
Honestly, I have only been doing them on my feet, and so I can look into that. Rosacea, probably not. I think, didn't we have a thing for rosacea? I don't remember.
Yeah, it would be in this booklet, wouldn't it?
I would think. Yeah, let me see. Oh, we did. Yeah, lavender, actually. That's what it is, lavender. Like you could blot it on with aloe vera or a little bit of like rose hip oil or something like that. Yeah.
What are good oils to use for prostate issues?
What kind of prostate issue? Like just swollen prostate or?
Swollen, and it's affecting urination.
I was using the type of eucalyptus for that. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Let me see what I got here if I do. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of prostate oriented stuff. That's a good question. Let me look that up and I'll come back with a good question tomorrow. I mean, saw palmetto traditionally is used for that. I don't find it always works. Like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And so let me go through my other notes and see what I can come up with. There has been some cases where they've used Vitex to treat prostate issues. I haven't done a lot with Vitex with men, but it can be used for something like that. But in the past, I know there's a form of eucalyptus that I've used. I want to say it's polybroct, eucalyptus polybroct. But let me go through and double check that. But I'm almost positive it's eucalyptus polybroct. And I mean, I would just put like a bunch of drops in either neat or with a little bit of massage oil and rub it like right below the belt line, you know, like where your belt would be in that area. And I might have used some sandalwood, but let me double check my notes just to make sure that I'm not guessing. Let me validate. And I want to say I might have even used mastic, but
That's what they're saying, mastic, that's why it was
Yeah.
noted in the workbook as a dress stain.
yeah, I might have used mastic as well. But it's been a while since I've treated that. You know, as time goes by, like I can't always recall the things I used to do. Like when I'm treating it all the time, it's on the front of my brain. But now my joke is I've slept since then, so I have to like kind of go back and look at my notes. Like I think Letty knows my notes better than I know my notes. It's kind of a joke, but it's kind of not. I think she literally knows my notes better than I do.
So we'll get even more clarity
Mhm.
to make sure tomorrow, just so you know. And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
You're still not unmuted. Let's get you unmuted there.
Thank you. So my feet feel almost spongy, or like almost that they're swollen, but they're not if you look at them. I think it's a direct result of the blood pressure medication, which I've cut back on.
What's your blood med?
It was 4 of them, and I've been doing something else.
No, but what is it? Like what kind of blood pressure med?
Oh, geez. I'll run get them at the break.
Okay.
So it was 4 of them. So my feet feel almost spongy, not quite like pins and needles. Would the rosemary cedar massage thing get that moving even better, or it's starting to back down?
So they feel spongy, meaning that they like are losing tone a little bit?
They feel almost swollen and they feel almost asleep, but not quite.
And like when you walk barefooted on the floor, like if it's not just a smooth floor, like if you walk outside, do they hurt? Like or they're sensitive? They're a little bit.
Yeah, they're normal.
easily-
They feel normal as
They
far
feel
as,
normal. That
yeah,
doesn't change.
as far as feeling or numbness, it's feeling.
But they're not overly sensitive.
Oh, no.
And is the skin tight or no?
No. I just checked. It's fine.
And do you have numbness on like your thigh or anything like that?
No. Mm-mm. This goes from right above my ankles down to my feet. It was trying to move up my legs and it's moving back down or going away.
Hmm. So just from the ankle down. And is there pain or achiness or anything like that?
Not at all.
So what's the feeling? They just feel a little numbish.
It feels, yeah, the only thing I can say is spongy.
Like the tissue compresses or you don't really feel things, like what do you mean by spongy?
See, that's the problem. It's hard to describe. Like I was saying, it would feel like it's swollen, but it's not. Like it would feel like if I looked down, it would be swollen, but it's not.
Do you have a lot of varicose veins?
Not many. A few, but not many.
Has your shoe size changed? Like, are your shoes getting tighter, or have you had to go up a size in shoe?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by spongy. And the ankle's not like rolling or anything like that. It's not rolling in or out or.
no, everything feels pretty normal. I would say that it was the beginning of neuropathy, except I think I've stopped it.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that one. I mean, the thing is like sometimes that's what happens is we're not sure what's going on. And so you almost do like a little bit of treatment just to see what's up and see what it responds to. Then you go through and treat circulation, you treat inflammation, you treat I mean, spongy makes me want to say like inflammation with a little bit of stabilizing the tissue underneath. But then as we further explore it, I'm not sure that that's even it. And so a little bit of neuropathy. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. Do you have a history of diabetes or anything like that? Or
No,
and no low back issues, no like numbness in the outer part of the thigh.
not at all.
Yeah, usually with something like that, there would be numbness in the outer part of the thigh because it would start going out higher before I got to the feet. And so, yeah, I'm not sure what to say there.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's really
I
my,
mean, what's that?
that's really my only issue. So I'm not really that
Yeah,
concerned.
so I mean, you could start with, I mean, cedar is inexpensive and it will be good for the varicose veins and the circulation in the legs anyway. So you could start with that and see if it helps, but yeah,
Would-
I'm not sure what to tell you there. Yeah.
Okay, well, and I'll message Sam my blood pressure meds. And
Okay.
and the other question is on a vanity note, you said parsley is good for the skin.
Uh-huh.
Does that mean I should throw a few drops of parsley in my moisturizer and be
Sure. Yeah. It's very good for the it's good for the face. Usually like the ones that are traditionally used for face related issues are helichrysum, for inflammation and just opening up the pores and things like that. Green myrtle is used for its anti-inflammatory properties and it kind of firms and tones up the skin a little bit. And cistus is used to like firm up the tissue. It's very stringent, like tightens up the pores. Mastic would do that a little bit as well, but the parsley would be very good like detoxifying of that area. So it depends on what you're shooting for. Like if you have areas that are a little bit more oily and things like that, things like a lemmy could be very good for the face, or frankincense, but usually a lemmy is used a little bit more. Cedar can balance out some of the oily areas some areas are oily, some are dry. That can be helpful as well. And even rose applied to the face has a lot of positive effects as far as circulation is concerned. Blue tansy is very anti-inflammatory that can be used on the face as well. And so it kind of depends on what you're shooting for. But yeah, parsley could be right in the mix. I like to even throw parsley in the shampoo, like rub it on the scalp and let it be there for a little bit and then wash it out. It feels very good on the scalp. So
I mean, I couldn't be too much cuter anyway, but I just, it sounded like, well, that would be one more easy thing to do.
yeah, you could mix it in with your face cream or something. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thanks.
So for the sandalwood, internal or topical for breaking blockages?
Internal. Like you can use it topical, but I always found internal worked better. Yeah.
Just while we're at it, because we do have new students on, can you explain the difference between a genuine essential oil and maybe going to the market?
Yeah, like sandalwood's a perfect example. Sandalwood is a very, very adulterated oil. Like in particular, the sandalwood oil that comes out of India. I don't know if the rules have changed, but up until just a few years ago, you could not export sandalwood oil out of India. So all the oil that came out that was sandalwood was a synthetic, right? So it was the Indian government spent $25 million developing this formula so that, they could produce a synthetic, product. And so it smells kind of like sandalwood, but doesn't quite have the therapeutic properties because it's just chemistry, right? It's just mixed together. And so in the American market, it doesn't have the standard like it does in Europe. And so the issue is that it's regulated by the cosmetic industry and not like the FDA or something, which is good and bad. And the bad part is that a lot of times an oil only has to have 5% genuine material to be called pure, right? So, and even then, I don't even know that that's regulated. I mean, it can be completely synthetic and still be called pure, right? And so just because something says pure does not mean that it's 100% genuine oil. A lot of oils on the market are either partially adulterated, or completely synthetic. And so especially like when the cheaper they get, the more that they're more likely synthetic. Like a good example of this is you can walk into a health food store and buy rosemary for cheaper than you can buy it from the distiller direct. And so either somebody's doing a lot of service getting rosemary out to the general public, or it's chemicals, right? And so a lot of times when people have reactions to things, it's not genuine oils, it's actually the synthetics. And so genuine oils, you want to go to somebody that has genuine oils, because there's a lot of steps we do to make sure that everything is genuine. And if we think something is not, usually all my vendors, all my distillers, I know who they are, but like if we get something new, we either pay somebody to have it tested, or we send it off to get tested ourselves just to make sure there's no manipulation, so that we're using genuine material. And so, sometimes I pay things out of pocket just to make sure that it's a genuine thing, or have somebody check it. There's a difference when it's the chemical component. It might smell the same way, or it doesn't even smell the same way. It smells similar, but it doesn't always produce a therapeutic result. And it actually can be toxic in relatively high dosages, or even moderate dosages, because it's very hard on the liver and things like that. And so not only you're not getting a therapeutic impact, but you're also potentially causing a toxicity to build up in the body. And so, I always try to shoot for somebody that has like genuine oils, authentic oils. Even the idea of food grade, for a while, like therapeutic grade gets thrown around sometimes, but even food grade was getting thrown around for a while. And then it stopped, because all food grade started to mean was that the product was processed in a place that had a certificate from the health department, that it was in a facility that could handle, food. And so food grade didn't mean that it was authentic. It just meant the company had this certificate. And so for a while, food grade was being used as to show that it was a high quality, but then there was companies that were taking advantage of that terminology and selling fake stuff. And so usually potentially it's usually smaller vendors because they don't have quite the overhead, and so they can maintain the authentic component and they buy in different quantities and things. But I mean, there's some big companies that put out genuine oils as well. And so, you know, just make sure that it's somebody who's putting out genuine and authentic oils. Yeah.
Thanks.
Rule of thumb also is a lot of the stuff in the health food stores, not always genuine or authentic, you know. It's better than it used to be. Like when I first came up, pretty much everything in the health food store was fake. Now it's fake-ish. Like, you know, it's not there's every once in a while there's a company that might have something in there that's okay, but yeah, hard to do.
Now, how does Wolbazine fit with some of these detox protocols? Would it get rid of toxic materials that is flushed out of compromised area?
Wobenzymes are digestive enzymes that you take in between the meals, and it's more for the anti-inflammatory effect. So you're helping to reduce inflammation. Okay. All right. Let's see. Well, we had a lot of good feet questions. Like you can see, like feet are a thing. Definitely a thing. Give me just a second. I think we're going to do the liver. Oh, actually, you know what we'll do? We'll do this. You know how right before lunch we did the thing with the oneness with, you know, a particular situation? Let's do that with your favorite oil. So you're going to pull out one of your essential oils that you really is like, this is my jam. This is the thing that I love. And we're going to do a little connection thing with your particular oil. Different than the empowerment thing that we do at the beginning of the booklet. This is like a oneness practice that you do with your oil. So go through your oils, whatever they are, and pick out just one oil that you really want to deepen your connection with.
If it's a blend, if it's an angel, should we stick with single?
I'm going to say anything goes here. So blend, angel oil, anything goes. I'm getting to watch Samantha like go through her thing and like, which one am I going to choose?
Seriously.
Yeah. Okay, I think everybody's got something or is about to pull it together. So let's have you do this. Just kind of open up the bottle and inhale it for a little bit. Awareness is nowhere. You're just inhaling it. And you're just getting a feel for it. Okay, then cap it, put the cap back on, and just sit it down in front of you. Okay, you're going to keep your eyes open You're gonna look at the bottle. You're gonna think about the oil for a little bit, the contents. Your eyes are open. You're looking at it. Okay, let go of all the imagery, your thoughts. Your eyes are open. You're just looking at the bottle. You're looking at the oil, and then your awareness is on your front heart. Now move your awareness to the back heart. Your eyes are still looking at the bottle, and your awareness is on your back heart. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths, not with the oil. You're just inhaling, exhaling. Now do your front and back heart at the same time. Keep looking at the bottle. Your awareness is on your front heart and back heart at the same time. And now find that spot in between the front heart and the back heart, in the middle of your body, between the front heart and between the back heart. Just find that spot. Still keep your eyes open. Okay, give yourself a break. Close your eyes, just move your body around, keep your eyes closed, and just be still and just let it incubate for a moment. And then look at the bottle again, and again, you're between the front heart and the back heart, kind of in the area of your physical heart. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're still looking at it. Your awareness is on your back head. You're going to do your forehead and back head at the same time. And then just close your eyes and let everything go. Gently open up the bottle and take some long, slow, deep breaths with it. Not directing it anywhere, you're just taking some inhalations. And then just be still and just let it all go for a moment. Hold your awareness on the front heart and the back heart at the same time, and inhale your oil. At this point, you can close your eyes if you'd like. And then just let it go. Just let everything go. And then just take a few more long, slow, deep breaths, not putting your attention anywhere, just taking some deep breaths. Then just be still, let everything go. I'm going to guess that this is pretty relaxing for you. So we're just going to gently kind of float away tonight, and we'll pick up with Q&A in the morning. And so I'd play with the oil that you just did this practice a little bit, and we'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m. Okay, guys, thanks for having a good day with us, and we'll continue with it tomorrow.